69% for Bavaria. Now that is gorgeous to see. Dork Prussia must be defeated. Very nice. Folks, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a good evening. And hope you're ready for some Victoria 3, the video game. Now, with that, I'd like to say hello to all of you. The time is now. I'm legally allowed to stream this video game to you right now. And I think that's exactly what we're going to be doing. I'm set up quite nicely. I can make myself disappear in case there's any information hidden behind myself. And mentally I'm set up quite nicely because I have played a lot of this game. I've played a lot of this game. If you got any questions... okay, no, listen. If you got any questions, don't just drop them into chat because I will miss them. But I can answer any questions. I can tell you anything that I think. I can explain anything. And we can go through all of that together. I hope that the mic quality is good. How much did you play? Around 180, 190 hours, something like that. It's a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours. I played a lot of that. What's the population of Portugal? Modern day, if I had to guess, like 20 million? 15 million? Let's just click some neat buttons here, eh? In a week? God, no. I don't think anybody would want that. 10 million. That's not that many. How long did it take me to come up with the Austria HRE strategy? I'm so fascinated by that video. Let me, as I pour myself a cold one here. I'm so fascinated with that video because, like, I'm the guy that followed this game, right? For, like, over a year. I read everything that needed to be read about it. I knew what was happening, and then I got access to the game. And obviously, I play the game a lot. And what are you expecting, right? I'm gonna do something crazy. If the suggestion, if the prompt of the video is do something challenging, I said to myself, let's do something insane. And so I did. I don't think I could have done it before, like, 100 hours or so. I really, like, had it planned out. Not in terms of attempts, this was the very first attempt, but I had it planned out in the sense that I knew exactly how far I could push it. It was a lot of fun making that video, I'll be honest with you. Like, it's difficult to show the gameplay itself, because it's like, I like to refer to this, I talked about this in the Victoria 3 Discord actually, I like to refer to this sort of as the Anno 1800 effect. If you are a YouTuber for Anno 1800, you're not going to show, unless it's a tutorial, you're not going to show how you build your city grids, how you push all of the perfect constellations of your buildings in there. You're just going to show the result and say, look at that, it's amazing, it's going beautifully. And that's the same with Victoria 3. There was so much economic management in there that I didn't show you. And I think people thought I didn't do any of this. Trust me, I am a min-maxer at heart because this game is giving me the exact same vibes as Anno 1800. It's incredible. There's so much to do there. Right, folks, listen, I know there's a lot to ask. I poured my drink very poorly. I gotta tell you, so I have to re-pour a bit here. There's a great many questions. I just want to tell you one thing, and I want to sort of jump into this, right? And then we're going to get to the actual questions here. We're going to play Bavaria today. We're going to play good old 1836 Bavaria under King Ludwig I von Bayern. The man, by the way, is responsible for Bayern being spelt this way. He had a decree. He said, you know what, we spelled Bayern until now with an I, because that's the German way of spelling it, but I kind of like Greece. My second son rules over Greece right now. Let's spell it with a Y. So, very cool dude, as you can tell, I think. We're going to play him, and let's see here. AI behavior towards player. I already said it this way. You see it right here. We're going to play on harsh. I want the AI to bully me if I'm not good enough. I think achievements allowed is fine. We're not going to reload. My policy personally for the achievements being allowed is Sometimes Iron Man, like for example the HRE video, sometimes not Iron Man, but as long as I pledge to not reload, I'm completely fine with it. AI aggression. So I thought about this a bit. I think I'm going to leave this on standard, just because I don't want the AI to wreck each other. I want them to wreck me, right? So this setting does this already. Right. Everything else here looks fine to me. Flags for subjects, map color for subjects, I think we're good on this. Let's leave it like this. Let's just jump into this. Can you rename stuff? God, I wish. Sadly we cannot. Now, I'm gonna answer some questions. Some that I'm sure come up. But before we do this, I want to show you the fundamental issue or the fundamental setup of Bavarian politics at the time, what is happening, what is going on, why it's going on, and then I'm going to give you a poll, because I want to be influenced by what you folks think about, you know, what I should be doing. You can see Ludwig I von Bayern, he is romantic, he is of course responsible for many of the very intricate sort of monuments that we have in Bavaria. Then we have, he's an experienced political operator. He was quite successful as a king, it has to be said. He tried first, before 1836, he tried to set up a customs union without Prussia, just with Baden and Württemberg. And after that failed, he said, okay, what if we could move into Austria's market? And Austria said, sorry, but we have some protections. We don't want you in this market to begin with. And then he had to fold and said, okay, I gotta join you. Internally, he was very liberal at first. Then after 1848, 1849, he was quite reactionary. There were, of course, many riots during that time. So it's not just the political agenda, it's also that he lost control effectively of his country, right? So he's a very interesting personality. He was interested in the church and industrialization, but also in, you know, for example, educating his people. He's a very interesting personality. And with that, what I want to ask you, dear chat, is who do we gang up with? Obviously, we're the landowners, right? We are the aristocracy. I mean, we're not kicking them out of government. I'm interested in keeping them in. The leader of the landowners is not the king, actually. It is Friedrich August von Giese. And he is reserved, an experienced political operator, and a royalist. So he is indeed somebody that wouldn't cooperate. I can tell you this already. It's going to be a bit of roleplay here. He wouldn't cooperate with people that are against the king. So let me just take a look at this. The Catholic Church, it's a good choice, right? They were very aggressive in their agenda here in this period, and I think that has to be highlighted. The king let them do it. The king pushed, you know, for example, of course, towards being more beneficial towards people of the right religion. In this case, Catholicism. You can see this, I think, right here. That we, of course, have Protestants here. Franconia, large parts of Franconia are Protestant, and they would not like this. So this would be where this policy would lead us if we were to side with the Catholic Church. That will be an option. Their leader is a royalist, which is very good. He's ambitious and a political operator. Keep that in mind. The industrialists are an incredibly important force. I gotta tell you, obviously the goal of this playthrough is to do what Bavaria back in the day couldn't do, right? I would like to get out of this nonsense, the Prussian market. The Zollverein is fairly young, founded in 1834. And we want out of this. We tried it once before, Baden and Württemberg. We cooperated with them and we stopped it because it wasn't profitable enough. I want to make it profitable enough, and then we want to move in there. And for that, we need the industrialists. Now, they don't really care whether we are a republic or, you know, for example, an aristocracy or, well, a monarchy, I should say. They are simply market liberal. Keep that in mind. They love it when the children are working on the factory floor. They love laissez-faire. They love free trade. That is basically what they are looking at here. And their leader is persistent. Could mean he could win us over. And he's an experienced political operator. I love, by the way, how the population right now are just 1.9k. Compare this to the landowners, 10k. The Catholic Church, 30k. The rural folk, 200k of the pops are in these IGs. Quite interesting. Then here we have the intelligentsia. They hate us. They're like, all right, so you got a police force, you got religious schools, you got legal guardianship of women, you got state religion, racial segregation, and oligarchy. We could take them into government, but currently we would have to reform quite a bit until they would like us. Then we got the armed forces, and I think we're going to end it here. I don't think the rural folk or the petite bourgeoisie are influential enough that we would really take care of them right now. Let's actually take a look. Wait a minute. Ooh, the intelligentsia are liberal. Keep this in mind. Whatever you pick in the poll that I'm going to propose in just a second, I will reform into the direction of the partner that we have chosen, okay? So this would mean it's a very different Bavaria afterwards. It would be a Bavaria that might go towards elections, that might go towards, for example, a republic, right? That's something to keep in mind here. The intelligentsia is a very interesting proposition because it is so different from the Catholic Church or even the industrialists, because they don't really care about, like, elections and stuff. They just want to make money. I guess let's take a look at the rule folk here just to top it off. They have a traditionalist, so he is in favor of legal guardianship and state religion. I think he's basically just the status quo, man. I would say we sort of don't look at the rule folk. We look instead at the Catholic Church. It's fairly similar. Let me set up the poll. Who will we work with? I want to make this clear again. As much as I min-max the economy game, I'm a role player at heart as well. And I want to make this stream into a roleplay stream where you tell me, who do we work with, internally and externally? What do we do when it comes to investments? Do we work, for example, with the French market or with the Austrian market? Do we want to form Germany? Do we not want to form Germany? These are the questions that we're looking for here. So, who will we work with? Let's take a look at this. First, the Catholic Church. Should have maybe prepped this beforehand, huh? Then the industrialists. Intelligentsia. And then the last one that I can actually do is the armed forces. So we are going to cooperate with somebody. So technically we could of course rule on our own, but let's just say we want a direction. Who will we work with? Catholic Church, industrialists, intelligentsia, and armed forces. Now that I've posted this question, do you have any questions, chat? Do you want me to tell you something? Do you want me to ask, or to do you want to ask me something? Take a moment here. In Paradox's stream earlier, the Hannover AI managed the same splitting of the Russian market. And they were like, yeah, we probably have to address that. Yeah. So that actually brings me to an interesting topic that we can talk about a bit later, right? Mouse cursor is invisible. Oh, thank you so much, God. There we go. So, that is actually a really interesting point. Obviously what I did was very optimized, but obviously it was also too easy. The way I would describe this, and I think this is something that is true for various systems, such as the actual puppet overlord interaction in Victoria 3, but also for whatever is happening in the German Confederation. There is no German Confederation, right? There is no international organizations. Some things in this game are too rigid and others too flexible. It should be possible, I have to tell you this, it should be possible to rip somebody out of the customs union of Prussia. It shouldn't, I don't think, really just completely isolate the western area, right? But you should be able to rip them out. The Zollverein was fairly young. There were other attempts like the Steuerverein, like the Mitteldeutscher Handelsverein, like the Süddeutscher Bund, of course, and all of those were attempting tell me about the bugs you've seen. We're going to get to that in a second. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate that. We're going to talk about bugs, I think. We're going to see some bugs, I think. But basically what I'm saying is, I think certain things are too rigid and others too flexible. This is a case of too flexible, which is why, starting now, I will immediately start lobbying for basically an international organization content. Right? I want that in the game because I think it would enrich playing in Europe, having the League of Nations, having the Holy Alliance, having the German Confederation, doing something akin maybe to the Stellaris Senate, that sort of stuff. I would love it. I would absolutely love playing with that, and I think would make the game significantly easier. Ranked choice voting. Okay. You know what? Because I only covered one question now, so basically I think, yeah, it is too easy, right? But I only covered one question, so let's just do another poll between the two runner-ups, that is Catholic Church and Industrialists. Thank you for voting so far. I will immediately prepare another one. Who, question mark? Church, Industrialists. And now ask me additional questions. How does the Navy feel? Wait a minute. Oh, right, okay, this one is very easy. What do you need to do to form the South German Federation? So the SGF works on the same principle as the NGF, the North German Federation, and the way it works is that you first need to research Catholicism, I almost said, no, nationalism. Once you have nationalism, and you are a major, so these are the exact requirements, you are a major power or above, you have a minor power or below in a customs union, and have amicable relationships at the very least. As soon as you have that, you can then go and get an event that comes very frequently. It's not really like a luck sort of thing, it's just something that happens. You can go and you get an event and that says, hey, I would like to join you. Are you interested? And then you can say yes. As soon as you have Bavaria, Franconia, Württemberg, Baden, and Alsace-Lorraine, so one of these is optional, you just need 4 out of the 5 that I just named. Once you have 4 out of the 5 of those, you can then do this. South German Federation, and you will become the actual thing. So basically, you get people into your own customs union, they join you. After they join you, you go, boom, I am the SGF now. As far as, because I don't want to skip that question, as far as navies are concerned, so the navies are incredibly powerful. If you have an overseas empire, you do need a navy. I also will tell you that I personally believe navies are too finicky. I think the way that they're implemented right now, my major shortcoming here, and it comes down to something that we've discussed on this channel with the dev diaries beforehand, as influential as it is, the two prevailing strategies basically that existed at the time were fleet and being, and then cutting off the actual coaling station connections. For example, McMahon, I think that is his name anyway, who was a leading admiral in the United States of America, said, if we ever go to war with the British, you know what we're going to do? We're going to sit in our ports, and with that, we're going to keep the navy of the British in the range of those ports, because if they leave, we can go out, right? And if they leave, we're going to go to Canada, we're going to destroy their coaling stations and completely make the Western Atlantic inaccessible for the British. You can't do that right now, right? Because your navies are oriented towards actually having missions, having tasks, that sort of stuff. So I think that is definitely something where it works, but I'm not in love with the system. I think that is fair to say. Can you bring both interest groups into Gov? You know what? We're going to be extreme today. I'm sorry to tell you folks that, but today we're going to only take one in, and if the other gets angry at us, I mean, so be it, right? Right, so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to end this poll, and I will actually just form a different government right here. Look at that, the industrialists won. Hey, listen, I basically want to like reorientate the country if something radical happens. So maybe the Catholic Church is going to get a different turn, but right now we're going to say we must be industrialized. If we want to be independent of Prussia, those dogs, then we have to do something about it, right? Now this means for me, with the church, I would have said maybe we want to go for autocracy. I don't think that the industrialists really care about this. Ooh, the landowners care. I think they also endorse oligarchy though, right? I don't think they're against that at all. Paternalistic should be it. Monarchy. Oh, they actually prefer landed voting over oligarchy. Oh, I did not realize that. Listen, no, the thing that we need to do first, I think that is more important here, we need to look for something that the industrialists like. So why don't we take a look at them and check who makes up the industrialists, where do they live right now. They have a bunch of shopkeepers, and then they have a few very, very wealthy capitalists that work in our natural resource industries so far. So that is the logging camp, that is the chairs, and more logging camps right here. These would also be industrialists if we had more advanced production methods, right? That's the way it works, but basically, yeah, they're cut from the same wood. I think that is very fair to say. Colonial exploitation doesn't do anything for us. From watching the game, feels on rails passive. For example, click on one or two things, then let it run at speed 5. Did you get that feeling? With how I micro the economy? No. I guarantee you it's a very involved process. Now, laissez-faire is not something the landowners are okay with. I gotta look... poor laws, I don't think so. Man, there are not many laws here. The private schools could be something, but then, you know what? Oh, we can't? Nobody, the industrialists don't care, but they would prefer private schooling, but since the industrialists... Okay, so we can't actually do private schooling because that is locked behind changing this. I'm just looking around what we can do to please the industrialists, and quite frankly, I think we're going to go for landed voting. I gotta tell you, I was hoping autocracy just because the flag is so cool, but hey, I like landed vote. I am lying, right? I think they like both. Do they like both? The landowners? Wait a minute. Who's in favor of this? Yeah, we can't move away to autocracy. We're doing landed voting. You know what? Let's bring some voting in. Landed voting. Let's do that. It's not in favor of the industrialists, I guess, but it does decentralize power and more into the hand of the owners. Hello, Holy Doggo. Thank you for $4.99. I've been keeping up for a while. Very excited for the game. What has been your favorite experience while playing? And with that, I actually need to catch up. Kyle, my apologies. The bugs that I've seen. I've seen bugs. I've seen bugs. I think the most annoying one has to be, there's a very particular thing where if you're Japan and you haven't unformed the shogunate, which is difficult, it's not easy, but if you haven't removed the shogunate yet and you declare war on Russia for Sakhalin, there's no front line, meaning nothing can happen. Very annoying bug. Then the other thing, the favorite experience while playing so far, I love, and yeah, spoilers, I've done it before, I love playing the SGF. I love forming it. It's not easy, but it's so gratifying, it's so fulfilling when you do it. You gotta realize something about Bavaria. We're gonna get there, trust me. But you got to realize something about Bavaria. Bavaria is a great place to industrialize because you have a school institution. You can push that further. You can get people to be educated enough to actually work for you. You can also suppress your people. You can liberalize. You have so many choices, but you have no sulfur, you have no port, you have no dyes, you need to trade for all that stuff. And if you can't trade for it, you need to sit on the earlier production methods. This is such an exciting playthrough. One other thing I loved is the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans are so fun because of the Tanzimat. Actually focusing down on that and getting an idea of how you do it. Really, really cool. I mean, Japan, really enjoyable, but it's not easy. Listen, if Japan was Tutorial Isle, Japan here is rather the do you understand island. And that is because Japan is looking in a situation where they have a really bad economy law, which means that they don't get an investment pool. They are in a position where the landowners are buffed out beyond belief. They're really enshrined in the country, right? Monarchy buffs out the landowners. Hereditary bureaucrats buffs out the landowners. Peasant levies buffs out the landowners. Serfdom, same thing, right? So we're looking at a situation, local police force as well. You need to gradually roll back these reforms, otherwise you will never be able to get rid of the shogunate. And while you have the shogunate, you have isolationism. And isolationism makes it so that you need to build up every single supply chain. It's hard. The very first time that I played Japan, it took me to 1898 to actually restore the emperor. Insane. That is something that, man, I thought I was like, yeah, I'm pretty good. I understand this game, right? And then I jumped into Japan and I was like, why am I so slow? It is not easy. Anyway, okay, let's jump into this for a second here, right? What we're gonna do first, and this is something that I'm gonna do as a player, right? I will basically focus on dialectics. We have two focuses initially here, and nationalism obviously will be good eventually if we want to do the SGF, but we're gonna focus on dialectics because this lets me do a different production method in our university, which then snowballs us into letting me research faster. So definitely worthwhile. After that, we're going to go into the production methods so that we can really industrialize. I want this number at least like 8 million, maybe 10 million. I hope to do that in like 10 years max. And then we can see whether we can't go towards SGF. So let's get dialectics. And we already studied a government. We studied these folks here. I'm, sort of liberalizing the country. Why are you so angry? I can't really go towards free trade. No, we're okay. We're fine here. The industrialists are going to get their fair share because I'm going to make them rich. That is, of course, the ultimate goal here. Now, let's take a look at this. What we're going to start out with first is I will move this to iron frame. Then I will build one here and maybe just one more here. What I'm not going to do, and you've seen this in the Austria game that I did, I won't currently build in the Bavarian Rhineland. Sorry if you're from there, but I'm not going to do that because if I leave the Prussian Customs Union, then Bavaria, or the Rhineland, I should say, will be cut off. And if I build anything there, they're going to be cut off, and we all will suffer for it. So I'm not going to be doing that. Right. Let me just do a bit of a building method here. We're going to start out. We have enough of the bureaucracy. We might want some more for some institutions, but first I want universities, because the earlier you start snowballing, the better, right? Makes perfect sense. Whether you can afford it is something else. We have to look into building some paper mills anyway, because the universities, of course, required, the administrative buildings required, so we have to take a look at that. But for the moment, let's just build one university level. Just on top of that, we're going to have dialectics. And now, let's start with some iron. I would like my iron to be in Franconia. The reason for this is that my coal is in Bavaria. So I need my working population freed up so that we can definitely get enough coal. If you don't have enough coal, you will suffer. You will have a tough time, okay? Beyond that, we're going to start with the tooling workshops. I will build that. You know what? Let's just keep the economy. Oh, actually, no, this might be bad if the infrastructure can't hold it. Let me just check this here. Oh, this is pretty okay. You know what? I'm going to build up some sort of tooling industry up there. And now let me look over there. What are you all saying here? Make Bavaria the top one maker of beer in the world. I will try my best, let me tell you. Does dialectics lead to unlocking communism? I think it does, but listen, okay? It's not a 1-2 step. It takes a bit longer. Right, so we got our building set up. This is completely fine. Our budget is going to get screwed all over. I'm going to manage that on the side. Don't worry about it too much. I think all we need to do now is look through the production methods. So currently, we're in a pretty good spot because we're in a position where we are in the Prussian market. I don't have any tooling workshops, but we can still already use tools because everybody else will also gear up. We're gearing up, they're gearing up. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. And this is everything here so far. I think I could technically go with sweeteners, but as soon as we become independent. So sweeteners are a technology that requires sugar. Sugar is something you can trade for example, with Austria, more likely with France. Unless I get Baden into my customs union, once I leave the Prussian one, we won't have sugar, so I will have to roll this tech back. But for the moment, it's good. It produces liquor. And, I mean, hey, somebody said, get more beer. We're getting more beer. We're making that work, or at least we're trying to make it work. Now, dyes is basically the same story as what I just explained with the... with whatever I just said, with the sugar. Let's move towards pig iron tools here. This means we will use iron for the tool production, which... See, okay, so listen. I'm gonna have a tutorial on the way, but this is what is so difficult to explain to people, and I've talked to so many content creators about this that were playing. I explained a bunch of stuff to them, but like, here's the deal, right? The economy of Victoria 3 is like Anno 1800, but 15 times more complex. You produce tools. With those tools, you then go into the mines, and in those mines, you get iron. That iron is then used to build tools. But also, that iron and those tools will be used for the coal, which then can be used to enhance the process of both, etc., 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 yada, yada, yada. What we're currently doing is we're building the very basis of it, which is coal, iron, steel, sulfur, and tools. We don't have sulfur, I already told you this, but those are the requirements that you fundamentally want in your economy. So let's just keep building that up. And I think we got it. Sorry, I need to basically, whenever you play the game, there's so much to explain, especially if people haven't played it, that it's difficult to look at chat. But trust me, I got you in mind, okay? We're gonna build tools, of course. It doesn't really matter whether we like build into the Prussian market. We're building for us right now. I want an industrialization of the Prussian market, and I want to move it to advanced PMs as soon as possible, so that our dear friends, the industrialists, become a bit happier with us. All right, let's just unpause the game here. Can you believe that? We get a bonus here from the landowners. We get, ooh, this is actually, so this is really nice. Currently, we are on a policy where, you know, we would be getting investment pool contribution if we had a lot of capitalists, but we don't. So the landowners actually contributing is really, really nice. Do the IGs feel flexible? If you placate the intelligentsia as a monarchy, do they eventually cease to be republican and become enlightened monarchists? They do. I gotta, so... I want to talk about this, and I can actually show that save. I can show that save. It's so cool. One of my favorite saves, and I didn't even mention this when I was asked earlier, right? I played Italy. And I formed Italy fairly early on as two Sicilies, and then I, slowly but surely, basically there's a couple of waves in the game. First, there's the radicals. The radicals are Egalité, Liberté, and Fraternité, right? So they are the direction of Democrats, Republicans, that sort of stuff. And when they became big, I said, okay, I'm gonna become a republic. It's cool with me. Like, I don't really care. Nobody in my country was a big fan of the monarchy, so I switched it over. Now, at some point after switching, the game will say, the landowners are, you know, basically in a phase of shift. Should they remain monarchists or become just patriarchal? And I said, at that time, just become patriarchal. But had you said monarchist, you could have shifted back, and people would have at that point would have then de-shifted to the new status quo, which is the monarchy again. And then later on, in that republic, I actually got a wave of social democrats and communists that were... I had parties, and I mentioned this elsewhere. I had political parties of IGs, because it obviously had elections, that were the left, the far left, the Communist Party, and then the Patriotic Party led by the armed forces that weren't communist or like social democrats, but they were reformers. The entire republic fundamentally shifted to the left and was like, what about workers' rights? What about this and that? It was so, so good. And you can give into that. You can work against that. Really, really fun. You can choose how IGs change like an event. Sometimes. Sometimes it's like, hey, there's a wave currently in Europe of radicalism. The Republicans are taking over. And this leader just became a Republican. And then you can say, should he be very popular, or is he basically a traitor? So do you want to go towards Republicans, or do you want to work it against that, right? That is basically how it works. Would it be possible, thank you Fates, by the way, would it be possible to get the religious factions to want and push for gender equality, queer rights, etc.? Honestly, I don't know. Usually at that point, if you go that far, so certain IGs, and you can see this here as well, actually, in certain periods of the game. So all IGs always exist, right? You can see the trade unions exist, but they have no power, they basically have no members, and they really don't exist, basically, right? Some IGs, if you play hard enough into this, will move away from that as well. I don't think the church would give up any of these, because it's largely driven by the leaders. The landowners are one of the very few that will basically move away their core trait from monarchy and to presidential republic, because they will still be paternalistic. Yeah, I had socialist rural folk all of a sudden after an election have 30%. It blew my mind. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that system, trust me. Do smaller nations in Germany feel good to play? So I haven't played anybody but anybody smaller, I should say, than Bavaria. I think you should be fine with Württemberg and Saxony. I think you can pull it off. You just need to build tall enough. I totally think the only thing that stands in your way is basically the question of whether you have enough population, right? Because there are 273k here, so that's like 5k per building level. You can reduce that with certain production methods. You know, when you optimize, it's possible, but it's not easy. It's definitely viable, though, I think. Stream sponsored by Team May. Oh, Brad, it's Brad. Hey, Brad, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good time. Team May. Those were the days. But anyway, listen, I gotta tell you, if what I'm talking about right now, if that sounds overwhelming, that is because it is. I found it kind of funny, and I found it kind of sad, that the dreams in which I'm playing Victoria 3 are the best I've ever had. No, Victoria 3, and what I did in the HRE run, you will not be doing. Listen, if you start up this game and you record yourself from start to finish, and you do what I did and manage to form the HRE like that, send me that recording. I would otherwise not believe it. This game is very, very complex. It's incredibly, incredibly multifaceted. There are many, many approaches that will not immediately be apparent to you. If you're confused right now, don't worry. Very normal. Very, very normal. Play the tutorial, you know, play a bunch of different countries, fail. Just have a good time, find out what makes people rebel, why they rebel, how they become happy, that sort of stuff. And then you'll have a good time. You will otherwise not have a very, very easy moment. I will form the HRE with cheats first try. This son of a gun. Jimmy, you've done it again. Are Bavarian and Krakow flags the same? I think there's a slightly darker, yeah. There's a slightly darker. Listen, I want you to know, Andre, I'm muting you only because you're repeating things. Don't spam. It's very boring. But yeah, so what we're going to do right now, let me just take a look at this real quick. So they are interested in maintain the balance of power. They are also still at maintain the balance of power. That is very important. And what I'm going to do here is, we already have a perfect relationship with them. I'm going to influence my dear South German fellas, including Hesse and Saxony. I'm not going to do Hesse-Kassel, okay? I'm going to leave them alone. I'm not going to isolate Prussia unless they do it themselves. Now, we are currently losing some money. What you got to realize about this is, losing money isn't bad. Early on in the game, you want to lose money, okay? Because you're looking at a situation where nobody else has money. You losing money means that you're creating buildings, which then create wealth, which then create money for you. So this is fine. But I would like to lose less money. So I'm gonna go ahead here. I'm gonna tax some services. And I think you can't tax liquor. Listen, Paul de Prey keeps saying grain is when people rebel. That is not true. It is liquor. There are so many beer riots throughout Germany in this period. Do not tax liquor. Services are basically a freebie. Let me just tell you, very, very strong. I don't want to tax wine because that's what our friends drink. You know what? Let's actually take a look at that. So the upper strata, which are our friends because they're the capitalists, they are the industrialists, they drink, they do a lot of luxury furniture, porcelain, wine. Yeah, I'm not going to make that. No. Listen, I love rich people, okay? They are great fellas. So we're not going to tax that. We're going to tax the poor people. Did you mean to heat your home? Did you mean to wear clothes? I think you should think again. Playing Hanover, I think totally viable. Hanover even has a port. I would say Hanover is easier to a degree than Bavaria. Actually, I don't know, Bavaria has a benefit because it borders two other big nations, which is France and Austria, which can help in wars. Hanover, when Prussia comes knocking, they come knocking. Do you think different German states forming Germany would have different flags? Yes. Yes. I do not like the Prussian-German flag, okay? I do not like it. Very bad. I do not like the Sardinia-Piedmont sigil on Italy either. It's one of those things, you form it as two Sicilies or as the Pope and you go, that is so good, and then, what the hell? What the hell are they doing over there? Is Franconia a playable tag? I can't actually tell, and the answer is no. I cannot release them, so they do not exist, which is historically accurate. Ah, man, and we had a... Let me turn the camera off here. We had an issue. We sadly had a stalling effect, so basically it rolls, right? And with debate, you usually get an event. If you get a stall, which we got, which really sucks because it's the worst effect. So the industrialists, you know what? I gotta give it to my industrialist voters here, right? The industrialists actually dislike this. I need to re-roll this. Or I need to roll this back. We need to go for something else here. Something the industrialists at the very least aren't opposed to. Come on, I give you the votes here, and then I do something industrialists hates. That's ridiculous. They would like laissez-faire. I like laissez-faire. Not against it, honestly. The landowners are, though. It's not really a compromise, is it? It's not a compromise at all. We could do colonial exploitation, but like... Hello? I'm gonna colonize Austria. No nation state has been found in Austria. All right, no, give me a second here. We need to find something, okay? Something that they actually endorse. We currently, yeah, no. Market liberal. So laissez-faire is definitely something. Child labor already is a case. Free trade, laissez-faire. Those are the two that we're looking for here. Wealth voting. If I could do that, what do I need to do that? If I could do that, I probably actually would. They're technically against it, huh? Free trade. I think we're moving towards free trade, I'll be honest with you. Oh, they do like poor laws. I kind of like that. That's kind of cute. So they come in and they immediately do the German paternalistic thing. I don't know whether you were aware of this, but to curb social democracy in Germany in the Kaiserreich, it isn't just Bismarck that passed his laws. It's also like ThyssenKrupp, for example, that said you will get pensions, you will get X and Y and illness insurance and stuff if you don't join a union, if you don't associate with social democrats. That was the social contract that the industrialists at the time proposed, and I think we might be doing the same here. Oh, the landowners hate it. Of course they do. How do they feel about this? They don't care. The industrialists. The industrialists are open to it. How do we do with the private health insurance? Why can't I do that? I need pharmaceuticals for that. I don't like that I managed to pick the one person here, the one thing. You know what? I think we're doing this. Landowners out. Hey, come on. That's just treason here. We can't do that. I think I might roll it back to this. And then when I unlock wealth elections, we might just move into this direction, right? So they are actually in favor of the no migration control, but actually we could do this as well. I think we might just do this. Basically, so mercantilism is still deeply rooted. The coalition partners can't agree here, right? The landowners say no. Now, interventionism, I really find it interesting to go towards laissez-faire, but the landowners are also against it. Where the landowners are neutral on migration control, this is basically the liberalization of the movement of labor, which the industrialists are interested in. So you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead with that. We're gonna go with this. I think that is not a half bad idea. Now, we're currently doing fine as far as our money is concerned. What you also need to realize is, if you build up more buildings, they add to the credit limit that you have. And that means you can take up more, more credit. So basically, keep building, and you're never going to go bankrupt. Unless you're too bad at it, but yeah. Release Franconia, please. They don't deserve to be Bavarian. Everybody here is South German, okay? Everybody is South German. The interesting thing right now, the Franconians in the chat will not like this, but since we have a state religion, people will currently convert. Meaning, these Protestant Franconians that believe in the teachings of Martin Luther, they're gonna change their ways. Thank you, by the way. Oh, you know what? I quote that. I assume there were a great many of these in chat. PK, thank you. Appreciate it. Did you know that best adult dating website was in chat? I do have mods, they're just not here. What are you gonna do, eh? Right. I don't look over often enough. Now, while we're building, what do you guys have to say here? Anything interesting? Any questions that I can answer you? There are no Franconians in the walls of Basing, say. Well, how viable is it? Bohemia, Moravia, Czechoslovakia, Toleran. I think very. I think Bohemia is an amazing starting position. Very, very strong. Fairly well equipped, of course. Immediately, right? You got an arms industry. You can always export arms. You got food industries. Very, very viable, for sure. This is way too fast. What monuments are there in the game? So, there is the Eiffel Tower that currently is not here. because obviously it wasn't built yet. There's this thing right here, the Lateran Palace, right? That's what it is. Don't even see it. Oh, Vatican City, there it is. Yeah, Vatican City, you got the Hagia Sophia right there. I think the pyramids count? No? I mean, they are here, they look nice. I'll take it, right? Then the Liberty statue, of course, also present. Not yet, but soon. There's a couple of them, yeah. Do you think custom nation forming is possible in Victoria 3? Do you mean like EU4? Because if so, no currently, but I think you could probably mod that in. What is your opinion on the new war system in this game? We're gonna get to that in this stream in terms of like, we're gonna be at war, I assume. War is good. It's really satisfying when it works. I mean, for example, when you play Prussia and you start out and you want to speedrun Germany, which I have done a number of times. When you want to speedrun Germany, you can build quality and defeat quantity. I have defeated the French, the Russians, and the Austrians at the same time because I focused on holding France back. I focused on my benefits. For example, if you have very strong armed forces, they will give you plus 30% offense and defense. I have built so many different barrack setups that were completely right for the right general. When it works, it feels so nice. But it's so finicky that when it doesn't work, and that happens more often than you will like, you will be like, what the hell? Yeah, that's basically what that is. It's something where, and this is something ultimately, and I'm gonna spoil this for you if you I hope you're still gonna watch it, but I'm gonna do a review obviously for this game tomorrow. And if I had to boil down my review, I would say that the econ, the society, the politics, they are outstanding in this game. There is no game that does it better. There is no game that is deeper in that regard. But the balancing and when things break is not satisfactory. I think this game, and I mean, you know, I put so many hours into this, you know exactly, you know, what I can say in that regard, I guess. But this game is really, really fun. But there are too many moments where I think to myself, I really wish this was different. I really wish like this was right there. And with that, take it with a bit of a grain of salt, I suppose. In the sense where you should be aware of this. This is something we've always done here on the channel. Be an informed customer if you purchase something. Do not purchase just because you felt like you should. I will tell you, I personally have a great time. I'm really looking forward to making content for this game. But at the same time, I also wish it was more polished in places. And for example, the war system, again, like with the front lines, that's yet another one. Fundamentally, war is really cool. And I basically can break this out here because I've experimented with this quite a bit. I could load into a different save, but you know what, let's just stay here. At the start of the game, you have line infantry or you have skirmish infantry. Both of these are a big difference. If you make the swing towards skirmish infantry and towards shrapnel artillery right here, you will have a great time at war. It will be tremendous just how much you can actually advance before anybody else can defeat you there. Then it slows down, because obviously, naturally, you walk towards stuff like this. Hand-crank machine guns. Your army defense goes up, meaning the defender gets a bit of an edge. You get a higher kill rate, meaning you being able to keep your soldiers alive and to refill your barracks plays a huge role. And this then, naturally, escalates towards the trench works, which give you trench infantry. It is hell fighting with trench infantry. My god, it is hell. I fought the French with it. It was not fun. It was... so many people died. My economy suffered. And I thought every day, I thought to myself, maybe Alsace-Lorraine isn't worth fighting in this aspect. And then later on, as you pivot past that, you walk towards flamethrowers, towards chemical warfare, towards stormtroopers, toward NCO training, towards military aviation. And all of a sudden, war speeds up again. The trenches go away. You're in a position where you can blow past it, where you can take more provinces again. Really cool. But there's some finicky stuff, and again, it comes, for example, down to the front lines. Front lines are drawn between two countries, and this means if I currently went to war with Prussia and all of these people, so like everybody here to the north joined in, all of these would be individual front lines. Way too finicky. Way too finicky. As great as it is in that moment, when you see the culmination, essentially, of your country, right? Because you were in a position where you built up your economy, your population, etc., etc., etc. As good as that is, polish. Is polish needed? Yeah. Trench warfare sucks sounds somehow so... It absolutely does. It absolutely does. I want to stress this as well. Seriously. You know what? I'm going to show you this real quick. Just a quick minute, okay? I'm going to save this game right here. We're gonna load a game. I'm going to come back to Bavaria, okay? You bet. I got a whole bunch. I got a lot here, right? We're gonna load into 1921 right here. This was on an earlier pre-release patch as well, right? So you gotta take that into consideration. The AI was a bit more revolution friendly, that sort of stuff. And this was my first really good game, basically, where I said I'm just gonna. It's kind of Kaiserreich-esque, right? You look at this stuff. I had such a great time at the end of it, blowing through the individual techs, getting these, right? Moving into this stuff. And I'm sorry, it's just... Listen, Andre, you gotta get out of the habit of spamming. Either way, this was really, really fun to do. Ireland. Yeah, rate my Grob Germanium first, okay? No, but what I mean to say is, once you have that feeling for it, right? Once you build up your military, really, really neat. It's just that when you get a finicky moment, you go like, why is it so finicky? What's up with that stuff? I went even deeper into Franche-Comté here. But yeah, this is also, look at this. It was fun. It was really fun. You can see I made it to 1921, right? I actually made it further here. In the sense that I played further, but I didn't save that. I'm pretty sure I finished this actually to 1936. But yeah, 9 out of 10. No Austria? I mean, there is an Austria. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We are, by the way, a democracy right now, led by very conservative forces. Let me, you know what, over here. Let me show you the Italy game. I want to show this because I really liked how parties panned out there. I'm kind of a fan of going towards election systems, even if I want to play as a kingdom, because it's just so much fun to have elections and have certain things swing around. Let's take a quick look at the at Italy here. Here we are. Look at me. Italy. Classic game. I built the Suez Canal. What can you say? Did I build the... I did not build this one. Don't worry about it, okay? Let's take a look at politics. We got the Communist Party. Got the Patriotic Party. And again, as I told you, this guy is like, I'm a reformer. I'm not a conservative, I swear. Then we got the rural folk who are part of the far left. And then the industrialists, out of all people, are left. They're like, I love freedom and democracy. The rural folk are like, maybe some socialism is fine. And then the Communist Party is like, I want communism. Hello. It was so good to watch this republic swing to the left in like a really hectic movement. Now, I don't have that save set. I don't have anything further. But what I did was, right, I played into it. I said to myself, okay, we got a very, very left-leaning republic. But when you look between the cracks, and this is super interesting about the Communist Party, the trade unions did not join the Communist Party because they're communist. They just hate our free trade law, and they hate our graduated taxation law. They say, or actually they want a graduated taxation law, sorry. It's not that clear in the tooltip. But they are not communists. This is just a Republican. This is not a communist. And the cool aspect of this is, you can literally break the Communist Party apart if you, for example, get rid of free trade. All of a sudden, they're no longer interested in being in a party. If you introduce graduated taxation. And that is really, really neat, because you have this left-leaning republic. If I go on with what the intelligentsia want, who are communists, if I go on with that, that party will also fall apart, because nobody wants a council republic except the intelligentsia. I really, really like the way this played out in this Italy game in particular. It's my longest, basically, democratic game. I was democratic with them very, very long. You can see my GDP is actually not as great as it should be, because this was fairly early on into playing the game. But look at this, by the way. Look at Naples. My God. But yeah, we're gonna return to Bavaria. I promise. Okay, I promise. I'm just saying. Basically, what happened was we had socialism, blah blah blah, and then events started popping up. Hey, there's a spread here, and I was like, why not encourage it? We're a republic, right? But it was encouraged in such a way that basically you had the left, the far left, the Communist Party, and then a reformist patriotic party. They were not actually in agreement at all with what should be done with Italy. So yeah, really, really had a great time with the parties there in particular. This game, seriously, when it comes down to the economy, I have very, very little negative to say when it comes to the economy, the political gameplay and that sort of stuff. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Anyway, Bavaria. Bavaria calls, and we shall answer. Let's actually build up these iron mines right here. So we're having a good time doing this. This, of course, introduces shopkeepers, which fall into the category petite bourgeoisie and industrialists. As soon as we get a better production method, they will be switched out in favor of capitalists, which is what we want. We want to support the industrialists, right? Yeah. foreign faiths. What's happening here? The suggestion of no migration controls has caused a debate among the Catholic Church about whether immigrants will share the uniquely Bavarian religious sensibilities. Even if they are Catholic, who is to say that strange foreign rites they might bring with them? A bastardized Catholic faith stained by folk practices from their homeland. What will happen to our own traditions if such things are to be accommodated? Interesting. Very interesting. Gotta tell you, the Catholic Church in Bavaria at this time, super conservative. Like, super. I forgot the term, but they have a very specific term for that branch of the Catholic Church that tried to push so heavily back on, you know, freedom of conscience. They were very much in favor of state religion. Let's take a look at this. We should accept immigrants who do not practice the faith as we do. I don't think the king agrees with that. He's not in favor of the church, but like, you know, the roleplay in me here is like, you know what? I might just sabotage ourselves a little bit here. What do you guys think? There you go. Galen, I appreciate that. That's you. I think I want to say maybe the Catholic Church is right. Sets us back, but that's the roleplay. Whether we actually end up with migration control, be that as it may. I want to be in a position where I say, you know what? We're going to let that law run because it upsets a couple of people, and that will change how the country feels about us. This is the beauty about this. If you fail with enacting something, that's fine. Because people are now like, okay, wait a minute, I don't like this country after all. They did try to introduce that, didn't they? Right. Anyway, we're looking at the tooling workshops running up. We have the iron built for it. Obviously, the iron is also produced in the Prussian market itself, but we need some self-reliance. So that is why we're building this up currently. And while we're at it, why don't we take a look at this? So this is actually quite interesting, and they want to layer this a bit more, but the Ashkenazis, so the Jewish population of Bavaria, actually did have a bunch of rights that came with Napoleon. Napoleon did a lot of work for European emancipation. My god, Chet, thank you. Chet has decided to erect a statue of our king, Ludwig I von Bayern. It was commissioned and has been suggested that it be displayed proudly in Franconia. The Franconians love Bavaria. Romantic is how you would describe the look on the face of the statue when it smiles down on you. Eyes that flicker in the opposite direction of the sun, though maybe you're just imagining it. I love this. I love Franconia. God bless the dear Franconians that are so loyal to the Bavarian crown. But yeah, the point ultimately being here, even if we don't actually introduce that, it's completely fine. It's more about the drama. Now anyway, the Ashkenazi were basically accepted. Obviously they had slightly less rights. That is not depicted in that nuance in the actual law system here, but they did talk that they wanted to maybe take a look at this going forward in the future. This makes it quite actually convenient for us, because this is a population that, you know, we can use. We in Bavaria here, we have trouble getting enough population to begin with, which is why the migration controls going away might be a good idea. I'm just saying, okay? Statues built moments before disaster. Hey. Everybody's happy, okay? In this. Wait a minute. Did they just become angrier? Did I miss this? Unfulfilled political demands. Ah, okay. So they want to preserve migration control, so that's why they're turning a bit angrier. And I have to assume. Yeah, look at this. The rural folk is especially prevalent here in Franconia, which makes it so that Franconia, it looks like Franconia is angry because of what are you doing, Saxony? Oh my god. What the hell? Yeah, they must have had an event. Like, something happened here. Oof. Unlucky, buddy. Where's all the sulfur? Keep mining. But basically, we're looking at a situation where they got very angry because we're trying to get rid of this, and the common people, so to speak, live in Franconia. But they do love the king. I'll take that. Crooked connections. Frustrated with a lengthy legal process surrounding no migration controls, Josef Anton von Maffei of the Industrialists has approached us with an offer to expedite the process, utilizing his personal connections within the state apparatus. That sounds about right. We all work together here to build a better Bavaria, right? Grant and permission time is of the essence. This will make the petite bourgeoisie angry. Man, they are... Ooh, yeah, this is a big issue for these, huh? They are not in favor of no migration controls. Look at that. I think we're gonna try to keep doing it, right? I'm just gonna, hey, we're not a democracy. Also, I spotted another bot. Boom. A zinger. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah. We actually, surprisingly, we have 0 North Germans in Bavaria. Obviously, there's a bunch of South Germans here in Bohemia, yeah. Huh. What's the drink? It's Bavarian. Has OPB said how this game ranks up compared to other Paradox games? Oh my god, that is such a difficult question. Oh, that is... Oh, wait a minute. What is this stuff all about? I think the Netherlands are fighting... What is this? Dutch East Indies Peasant Revolt. Ooh, so the locals are rebelling. I don't think they have a shot. I don't think they can do this. Unless the Netherlands... Yeah, oh my god. They're leading Netherlands. I'm not jumping into this, but yeah, okay. Fair enough. They're going to settle this. I'm going to declare neutrality. Not my piece of cake here, okay? I don't need to worry about this. Now, speaking of worrying, by the way, we have now built a bunch of this. What I want to do next, and I actually need to check my... I think I intercepted myself looking at my production methods. You know what? Yeah, I did. I totally did. So urban centers, just to explain it, by the way, they are created as you build buildings in a state. When you build buildings, you generate urbanization. This urbanization then creates urban centers, and these urban centers create services, which we are currently, if you remember, taxing. Making these services cheaper or more plentiful, which makes them cheaper in response, is good for us because it means that more pops will be able to purchase these services, which in turn means we are richer because we're taxing it, right? So I needed to do this for sure, and we might want to turn this on as well. We are producing some glass, if I'm not mistaken, here in Bavaria. We can use this glass to generate more services, and with that, of course, then earn some more money. Are you drinking beer or tea? I don't think we grow tea in Bavaria. I don't know. Do you think that the economy and industry can be too easy to solve against the AI? Okay, so, and I know you're gonna hate this answer. For myself, I think I can it's very hard for the AI to beat me ever. I'm just gonna say this. It can still happen. Don't get me wrong here, but it's very hard. Listen, I have a bunch of disaster saves from other content creators sitting on my hard drive because they were like, I don't know what's going on. What's happening here? I think people think it's easy to understand how the economy works than it actually is. That is just my impression. Inferno Slayer, thank you. I think this has the potential to become one of the best Paradox games, especially after some more work is done on it. Seriously, the main criticisms that I have are the polish, and that is something that, when I look at CK3, it came out so polished. Whatever you may think, okay, I want to stress this as well. I'm not trying to argue the value here. Whatever you may think of CK3, but it came out polished. There weren't many bugs. It was in a good position. Victoria 3, I think, deserves more polish, but the underlying systems, man. Can you say how this ranks compares, thank you, King Midas, against other Paradox games? Right. I think, it's so unfair to rank it, but I'm going to rank it personally. How else can I rank it, right? Complexity-wise, this is the most complex game. It is. EU4 doesn't compare at all. CK3 doesn't compare, let's be real. Victoria 2, listen, Victoria 2 has a breakdown as soon as you look at, for example, markets. You know how insane it is? How vital it will be to set up trade routes? In that Germany game that I showed earlier, I was the rubber megalomania nation. If you don't trade with me, you probably won't have enough rubber because nobody else has set it up in this massive a way to actually maintain your economic dominance. In Victoria 2, you couldn't actually have that. Yes, you could manipulate the market, but what you produce goes out in sell order and then to the global market where anybody can buy at obviously a higher price, yada yada. That is not the case here. If I produce one of everything, or if I produce that good and I'm the main producer and I embargo you, you will have a terrible time. The complexity that internally in nations goes in here and outside, it's not comparable. I gotta tell you. Hoi 4, obviously very, very different game. Honestly, Hoi 4 very difficult to look at because Hoi 4 is just so focused on the actual frontline micro activity, right? It's very unique as a game, I think, even compared to the other games, because EU4 even cares more about the economy than Hoi does. But yeah, no, there's a lot, man. There's a lot there. We're gonna get some coal here, by the way. Like I said earlier, we're making money now, by the way. But yeah, so I would say, for me personally, right now, for how much I have played, Victoria 3 it's just so much fun. Like, I don't want to give a proper rating because I think that needs to be in a longer form, like the actual review video tomorrow, right? But like, I've played a lot. I've played like a lot. I love CK3. I love this game. CK3 needs to step up. If anybody that is a CK3 dev is watching, okay, you gotta... Come on, man. Just system-wise, it's insane. Here we have our dialectics. This means we're gonna now use more paper to research faster. And I'm gonna upgrade this. Even if we're making a bit of a loss there, it's fine. We need more services to make more income. You can see it. Again, if you look at this, let's find out why we earn more money. I think... we had... What was it? Was it iron then? Something that we were working with was cheaper for a moment. I have to assume it was iron, right? It usually is. Yeah, iron went down here. That is why we had less construction costs. Yeah, also, I forgot what I was saying. Right, no, I did not forget. We set this to philosophy department, yet we might even build some more universities. The more we can go into production tech now, the better. Ooh, our exposure is giving us intensive agriculture. That's really good. Let's go with atmospheric engines, because this will allow me to push harder in our mines with the children in them. You remember the industrialists? Right. If in year 4 we are playing... thank you, Somdip, by the way. If I forget to say thank you, my apologies. We are playing as the Spirit of the Nation. What are we playing as here? Just the government? No, I think Spirit of the Nation as well. I think it's just... This is... I'll be honest with you, and I think Paradox sort of got us here. Did you know, and I'm not making this up, I'm serious here, Paradox invented the term grand strategy? Because when they did the early games, like Hoi 2, EU, right, EU 2, that sort of stuff, journalists, and this is, I'm quoting an article that I remember here reading, journalists would say, what genre what is this? Because it's not real-time, it's not turn-based, and they said it's grand strategy. It's their term, and I'll be honest with you, Spirit of the Nation, I think it's also sort of just like a marketing term. You're playing as a tag, right? You're playing as this country. That is how I would look at it. Law proposal causes uproar in South German communities. Man, nobody... They do not like this, huh? I think the industrialist vote sort of is backfiring here. Nobody likes our reforms. Claiming that the enactment of no migration controls would affect the country's South German inhabitants in a disproportionately negative way. It's definitely the... It's all three of these complaining right now. South German firebrands have riled up their communities against the current law proposal. Give them a finger and they will cry for an arm. Give them an arm and before you know it, they will weaponize the arm. Better all you know how to... know to death with it and pilfer their corpses for an even more concessions. We have anger. We might even see some riots here. You know what? This gives me a thought here. And their thoughts concern us how? Force the issue through. You know what? I think the king is unhappy with the chat's choice. Best adult dating websites, by the way. I think I might acknowledge and address their concerns, and with that, cancel... I think our government is falling apart. I'm gonna... Listen, folks. I'm gonna cancel this law proposal. Right now, quite frankly, I think I'm gonna knock out the industrialists. Oh my god. How many of these exist on this platform, huh? I'm gonna kick him out. Kill the king? Excuse me? It's one of the Franconians speaking in chat. You can't do that. Down with the king, undemocracy. Alright, listen. I'm gonna tell you this. Ludwig I was a personality that very much listened to his populace until 1848, 1849. Because then he was like, you can't do that. So right now I'm gonna listen to the populace saying the industrialists aren't it. We're gonna kick them out. Who we're gonna play with? You know what, it's time for another real quick one. Who? This one will be a bit different. No coalition partner. I'm gonna give you this as a choice. Maybe we're just gonna be the landowners. Catholic Church. And then we're gonna do the intelligentsia. The armed forces haven't done anything. I don't think they play a role. I'll be honest with you. I am pivoting towards the church because I'm pretty sure that they were the ones riding up these riots. And maybe we need to have them on our good side, right? PB. I don't think our king takes the PB serious right now. Maybe he will. Maybe he has to in the future. But yeah, if you got any question, let me know right now. Because we're gonna reform our government, of course, as we build up our econ. How's our GDP doing? Yeah, you can see when we started building the iron mines right here, then the tools, and here comes the coal. With the coal, of course, and again, this is all like an increasing loop. The Catholic Church is winning. Okay, I see. I abstain. I am creating radicals in chat right now. You will not rebel against me. I will get the secret police. Do you hear this? Holy doggo, thank you, by the way. Suntir, thank you as well. We will try to unite the South Germans. Can you split states like in Victoria 2? Can you split states in Victoria 2? I don't think you can split them post uniting them, right? So you can't split states unless it's for a treaty port right now. What you can do, and this is the weirdest, it's really weird, okay? It's a bit odd. I'm going to end the poll, by the way. We're going to do Catholic Church, but let me explain this. And you saw this maybe in the HRE playthrough. Out with the new, in with the old. The Catholic Church is back. Did you see our legitimacy didn't change at all? They're so similar. Except the Catholic Church. They're good. They're good royalist boys, okay? They are here to support us. To be good for us. Now let me ask you. It would radicalize a bunch of people if we did that, huh? We could go for charity hospitals. Ooh, I like this idea. So I like this idea. We're actually going to utilize this. Charity hospitals directly aids the Catholic Church because this institution is very similar to the education. It buffs them further. We're going to try to pass this, and we're going to basically roleplay-wise treat this as an attempt to pacify the populace that is angry with us. Right. Let's try to do this, and with that I will have to build some administrative government administrations as well. Just because we might otherwise run out of the thing. Words. I can speak. Can you rush a military attack before everyone, and how long can you leverage that lead? So it depends. In the Germany game that I showed earlier, I was very far ahead. I dominated the world. I was the Goliath. I was the non plus ultra, right? Regularly, the AI is pretty good about upgrading. France, in particular, in this patch is a monster. A monster. You will very rarely be ahead of France. But yeah, no. Technology advantages mean a lot. So you get the technology, that technology in itself, most of the time anyway. There are some that just do things, but most of them don't do anything by themselves. They need you to do something in your production methods. If you can support it, that advantage will carry you. Seriously, it's so good. What is the actual use of the petite bourgeoisie? So later on, if, and this is something I also want to highlight, if the petite bourgeoisie is not in power, if they are in power, they will not turn to fascism because they already are in power. You get what I'm saying? It's basically about this idea, I don't need to restore power if my reactionary ideology already is in power, right? And they are happy, they're just cruising along, that's pretty nice. The king wouldn't touch them, they just, come on, nouveau riche, get them out of here. But basically, their usage is that they are adjacent to the armed forces. In the Germany game I had earlier, they and the armed forces were not in the same party, but they were basically aligned as far as their goals were concerned. So that is military dictatorship, but also pre-military dictatorship, just dictatorship / monarchy. That's what the petite bourgeoisie are. They want closed borders, they do not want you to relax your citizen rights, for example, that sort of thing. Inferno Slayer. CK3 needs to bring back cults, secret societies, and pandemics. So I didn't like societies, per se. But I do think that what they were trying to do, thank you by the way, is definitely something that is missing. Pandemics, big fan, yeah. Does the papacy have any influence on the Catholic Church interest group? They do not. Would be cool, but they do not. I think it might be something where it's like, you need to have a really, really bespoke system to make that worthwhile. And right now, I mean, the Catholic Church is like, they're the Catholic Church, if you know what I mean, you know? What do you want to see from the first DLC? International organizations. I want to see a British Empire where the vassals can actually interact with one another and another can mingle. I want to see a German Confederation. I want to see a League of Nations. I want to see organizations, for example, even within India, between the princely states and the East India Company and later on the British Raj. I want to see all that sort of stuff. And by the way, what the hell is happening over here? We have a war. They're trying to take Kachin and Burma. I think that is both of their... Oh no. So it's just these two. They're not trying to take Pegu and Shan states. They should be winning that. Do you think it's good for multiplayer? I played a single game of multiplayer so far of this game. It was cool. It was fun. I bullied the Austria player, but I was Prussia, so like that's expected, right? But it's fun because diplomatic plays, you just pause the game and you go, all right. Let's discuss this. we need to talk things out here because there's a lot to be considered. Yeah, that's basically how that goes. You know what? I'm gonna upgrade this a bit. Ran so far away. Thank you. Considering Neu Bavaria in the future in Africa, I would like it. But even if we form the South German Federation, getting a port, it's not easy. It is not easy. It's so nice when you get like the Igbo, for example, or the Fang area right here, just because it has rubber, it has dye, it has fruit, it has sugar. It's so important, which then in turn makes the Navy very, very important again. And by the way, what was I... Right, we just got a tech... What the hell did we get? Ah, yes. Paper in the Prussian market is rough, because we don't have enough sulfur regularly, and we do not have enough paper mills either. Are we building any? No. You know what, now that we actually were able to upgrade that, I'm gonna stop these productions right here. I'm gonna roll that back. We're just gonna keep producing, yeah. How do you feel about the fun fact of playing minor nations? Can you do anything to punch above your weight militarily? Do you want me to tell you the exploit? Or do you, you want me to tell you how I make Krakow happen? Or do you want like a genuine how do you build tall, right? I think small nations, there are some small nations that are super viable. Greece, definitely amongst them. Super fun playthrough. Not easy at all. You need to like work with others. You need to do that sort of stuff. Indian territories, it is terrible. It is so difficult. It's not easy. It's very... You need to do a bunch of stuff. Krakow also, you need to do a bunch of stuff that isn't kosher, right? But in general, I would say small nations. So they are nice. If you have a big nation, and for example, let me phrase it this way. I, as the South German Federation, defeated Austria and Russia in a war in which I had 1/5 of their total troops. The reason for this being that they had line infantry, and I had shrapnel, I had skirmish, I had amazing generals, I had my arm... I punched way above my weight, and they did not like it. You can do that, yeah, for sure. Now when it comes to the export, let's take a look at that in a second. Health taxes. With the calls for some form of healthcare system, many are questioning where the money for setting up the new healthcare system will come from. Some are suggesting simply taking it out of our tax funds, while others insist the government should find another way to cover the costs. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. You expect us to not only pay for our own healthcare, but someone else's as well. I don't want the money I pay in taxes to be used by some random farmers to be able to get healthcare. That is not my responsibility. I have my own health and family to think of. I can't possibly afford to look after everyone else in Bavaria as well. Who said this? Hey, show yourself. Is it you, the industrialists? Good thing we kicked them out of government. You know what? I think it's the industrialists. I'm gonna bully them. It's over for you, buddy. Thank you, Mikolai, by the way. Right. Take from the tax funds. So this will make it just more expensive. As long as we have charity hospitals enacted. Oh no, as long as it is being enacted. Ah. We could cover the costs, which makes it even more expensive. I see. You know what? I think we're gonna take it from the tax funds. And you industrialists, I knew it was, before even looking, it was me. Vitor, Freshline. How could you? I like that. That was very good. I think I will take it from the tax funds and bully the industrialists. The thing is, I just want to stress one thing, okay? I knew it was them before they even opened their mouths in this tooltip, okay? We're gonna... Oh my god, okay. It's pretty expensive, huh? Maybe healthcare is a bit too expensive for us. What the hell is up with that? You know what I said earlier? I said no to taxing the expensive stuff. I'm gonna do that now. And I'm gonna set up my taxation there even a bit further, I would say. You will not suppress us, Jimmy. You can't do, you cannot win this fight. We're so close actually to passing it. That's very nice. Very nice indeed. Inferno Slayer, thank you. Something this game seems to do very well is making different countries feel different to play in terms of strategy. Yes, 100%. I will also say that after all the hours that I spent with the game, I'm like, I would love more flavor. Like, it's so system heavy and it distinguishes in the system heaviness, right? But man, when you play flavor, like the expeditions, we haven't done any of those. We're not going to do it in the stream. It's like in the 80s, that's when you start doing it, right? You do the expeditions and they are so cool. There's so much flavor there. When you play, for example, Japan, so much flavor. The US have an insane amount of flavor. The Ottomans as well. Tanzimat is so much fun. The systems underneath are really good and they give you different strategic objectives, whatever you play. But man, the flavor is so good. I need more of it. I really do. Have you played in Ethiopia? Interestingly enough, I actually have never. I've played Sokoto. I've played the Ottomans. I've played Egypt. Have not played Ethiopia. I see them unify though fairly regularly. I think it is Hara or Gojam that unifies? I'm not sure. Andrew, can you play as the CSA either before or after the American Civil War? So the way Civil Wars work in this, when they break out, you can switch sides. So the answer is yes. You can also, if you become a slaving United States of America, then fight the Civil War not as the seceding CSA, but as the seceding northern states. That is also possible, yes. Are there cool stats at the end of the game, or does it just end with nothing? I think it shows some stats, nothing to write home about though. Look at Munich, by the way. Look at our capital city. You know what we need, actually? Oh, look at there's Bayreuth, Nuremberg. We're going to... Oh, I want to subsidize the arts. This is Ludwig I. Obviously, he's subsidizing the arts, even if it bankrupts me. You think You know what? I'll go one further. How many hours is the full campaign from 1836 to 1936? It heavily depends on how you play. If you're super experienced, I could technically... Listen... In the time that I've been streaming, if I did this without explaining anything to you, without doing any of that, I could already be in like the 50s. That is just how well I have like brain rotted myself into recognizing what strategies I need to do, right? But it can take a whole while longer. Damn, we need a stat screen at the end. See, I think the devs love stats. I don't think they're opposed to it. I think they just haven't gotten to it, I guess. Have you reached late game? Yes, several times. I've finished several campaigns. I think that I've had games, and it's actually lying around on my drive. I was playing Sokoto, and in 1908, that is the most recent game. I had to abandon that playthrough just because I was playing something else at that point. But Sokoto in 1908 was like barely able, and I'm a good player. I want to listen. I know it. I know how this sounds. Oh, and the Ottomans are losing. I'm not a bad player, but Sokoto was barely competing with the European powers at that point. So the balancing there totally on point. It's supposed to be difficult, right? I had other games where everything went right. I formed Mega Germany, immediately bullied everybody around me, no competition. Depending on your skill set, this will differ. I've talked to content creators that basically have never gotten a country off the ground because they aren't sure exactly how to do it, right? When you see me do something and I do it with ease, trust that I've played like 180 hours, okay? Not to say that things can't be better balanced. I think that can always be the case. I'm just saying. If you pull off what I do right away, then like, seriously, send me proof of it because I can't believe it otherwise. Gubblefish, thank you. Love your channel. Much love from a native Franconian. Is it possible to peacefully form Großdeutschland? So, peacefully Großdeutschland? No. You can. And I found it so interesting. I wasn't sure whether this was going to be possible, but it is. You can peacefully form Kleindeutschland. So, basically, if the German states... And I've done this once. I tested this once, the possibility as Prussia. And it is doable. If the German states within Kleindeutschland like you enough, if you bankroll them enough, if you get enough favors, that sort of stuff, you never even have to defeat the unification candidate Austria to actually be able to press form Germany, because all of them will just basically unite with you, behind you, whatever, right? It is doable to never go to war as Prussia and form Germany. It is not doable to form Großdeutschland because you would have to knock out Austria. It is not possible to form out Großdeutschland as Austria peacefully against Prussia because Prussia is a GP. You have to decimate them, otherwise they will not be able to even join technically, right, behind you. Very important, but it is possible to... I was so ecstatic when I found out that was possible. Harry, hey, thank you. Managed to make it to a stream. It's DD from Sir. Wanted to show support for always injecting energy in the community and ask to see the Japan flag. I will very, very gladly show you this Japan flag. Would you look at that? There it is. Got a fly in my apartment, but there's a flag. They switched it around. At least I believe they did, right? I'm not wrong here. Yes. Okay. Whew. I pinged you and I was like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I looked at it and this is different, right? And it is. Yes. Yeah. Is Austria-Hungary in the game? It is, yes. If you give Hungarians rights as Austria, you forfeit your claim to forming Germany or being the German leader, but you become Austria-Hungary, and the Hungarians become a primary culture. Popular playwright endorses reform. You love to see it. In the midst of the debate surrounding charity hospitals, one of the country's leading playwrights, strongly associated with the Catholic Church, has staged a widely acclaimed play whose politically laden theme makes no secret of the author's desire for the law to be passed. The man's viewpoints may be somewhat partisan, but sir, you cannot argue with his prose. Right, so we get a higher enactment chance. I gotta tell you, we're pretty good. 39% is really good. I'm gonna take the... I get permanent prestige. Hello? Excuse me? How could I say no? Yeah, give me... Thank you. Now, wait a minute. Let's take a look at this, right? They're clearly winning here. So, the Ottomans lose too often against Egypt. I have witnessed this. The Ottomans, and I can't do this because I'm just Bavaria, but the Ottomans did win against Egypt when I played Prussia several times and just sent arms to the Ottomans. So the issue the Ottomans have right here is that they are currently, as you can see, on irregular infantry. It sucks. It's so bad. Do not use it. It's, right? But it costs nothing. It's just this. If you pump them full with small arms and with artillery, they will then go to line infantry and they will destroy Egypt. I've seen it. I've done it. It's not going to happen in this playthrough, though, because I am not Prussia. I don't produce all that much. Eastern Thrace. Isn't that crazy? None of them can go below 0. This will just be unless the Ottomans come back from it. I don't think. I think they're just gonna like white peace at some point. I don't see it. Let's see here. Sorry if I miss any questions, by the way. We gotta get going here at some point, yeah? We need to get Bavaria in on this. I would like some lead mines, because when we go outside of Prussia, we will need lead for our glass production. And I think I actually do not need logging camps. Let me just check the market here. Because we can import wood. Actually, it's not that great. I thought we could import wood from the Austrian market, but I'm not sure anymore. Let me get better relations with France. We have great relations with the Austrians already. Saxony has to be better for sure. Hesse is great. I like it. Baden. The fact that they're cautious is not good. They need to be genial or whatever else you might find here that is a great relationship like this, genial, right? For them to even be willing to join my customs union. I need to have a bigger GDP, but also that, right? So, right now, not optimal. We need to keep working on this. Yeah. Tell me about Portugal. Portugal, I have played very little of. I know people that played Portugal and had a really good time working, I mean, you know, with Brazil. Most of the time when I have heard of Portugal, it was because somebody was like, hey, I'm Spain, and I just ate Portugal to form Iberia. You know? Oh yeah, no, whenever I interact with Portugal, I I bully them for this. I bully them for these colonies. Any chance for a Poland playthrough? So, right, this is what I forgot. So there's an exploit. Don't tell anybody, okay? Because then other people are going to make videos about this. When you are Krakow, yes, you can get a super mile-high GDP by becoming multicultural, by building stuff that Austrian market needs, yada yada yada. The actual thing you want to do, though, isn't build up your GDP or any of that nonsense. You want to start bankrolling Prussia and Russia individually. You need to do it separately. And you bankroll them. And since you're Krakow, that means you go bankrupt after like 4 weeks of bankrolling them. So you go bankrupt, click the declare bankruptcy button, which does this, which is like, it's like I'm a city-state, I don't care, right? Oh my god. I'm a city-state, I don't really care, right? So these bonuses mean very little to you. Because this sort of thing where like people get a bit angrier, your prestige for 10 years, who cares? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. You get obligations from Prussia and Russia ideally. Then you turn around and say, Austria, I would like you to let me go. Austria says no, you get a war, and then you get Prussia and Russia to push against Austria. Now in that war, because of how the moves during a diploplay work, you don't have enough because you're just a city-state, you can only take West Galicia. After that, keep doing bankruptcy stuff, get some obligations, and then turn around and get the other great powers to bully the other great powers and grab your territory. It's it's one of the most disgusting exploits that I have found. I haven't found like exploits. There's stuff that is too strong, right? But this is clearly, I mean, I'm basically like, I'm bankrolling Prussia. I'm running their economy for free for them, right? What do you want me to say? But it works. Yeah, it's very painful. It's very painful, trust me. Very painful. We're doing quite well here on innovation now. It's not awful. Could be better, but it's not awful. And that is really where we want to be as a nation that is fairly small, like Bavaria. Have you played as Finland? I actually have not. I actually have not. Is there late game lag? It definitely performs worse It's still doable with my computer, but I think CK3 basically performs better. If you want to like have some comparison, it performs better than Hoi 4 though. Hoi 4, my God, did they fix the endgame? I haven't played it in a while. The endgame was really not good. Are there German states like Luxembourg which can form Germany with additional accepted cultures? I don't. So, what you technically can do, okay? You can technically. So you can do this. It just doesn't do much for you. This is not nearly as powerful as it is like Luxembourg was in let me find the tooltip here. I can't find the damn tooltip here. I don't actually know who Luxembourg do they do French? I don't think they do French. I don't think they do French, Luxembourg. They did in the other game. No, but you can technically, as Austria, if you so this is another exploit. This is an exploit, okay? Devs, if you're watching, don't fix this. If you're Austria and you conquer all of Germany, you can press the Form Germany button. You don't have to, but you could. If you, in that time, start passing laxer discrimination laws, by which I mean laws that don't discriminate against Hungarians. So, for example, racial segregation works because you're both European. You can then get Hungary as accepted, become Austria-Hungary, and then press Form Germany and become Germany with North, South German and Hungarian being accepted. That is, you can do that. Yes. There's some other funky stuff, I guess, but that's the funkiest here. Patronize Romanticism. Because we built another arts academy, we got this. The Arts Academy of Franconia has experienced an increasing interest in the Romantic movement, with some of our greatest artists producing genuine masterpieces. In Xanadu did Kublai Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless so man. Now, this is a Sunless Sea reference. Oh my God, I did not catch this until just now. This is a Sunless Sea reference. I love Sunless Sea. There's a mod coming for that. I'm so excited. So excited. We will show the world how Romanticism is done, or we could move towards realism. We're going to stick with Romanticism. This is a Sunless Sea reference. Down to a Sunless Sea. I love this. It's also a real poem. Listen, I'm going to tell you, okay, that just shows how uncultured I am. But, in my defense, I know several of the Victoria 3 devs are fans of Sunless Sea. So I assume that is in there because of that, right? Anyway, my uncultured swineness aside, let me see whether we got any questions. Yugoslavia does exist. How easy is it to steal Indonesia from the Netherlands? Pretty easy if you manage to get the AI that, or well, you know, the great powers that could oppose you to not oppose you. But yeah, no, you can definitely do it. I think it is not one of the harder things. I mean, I did it in the HRU run, right? I just, if you grab the Netherlands as a vassal, you inherit the Dutch East Indies as a vassal. A donation of knowledge. Yes, I will take university. Sometimes they just give you a free university. Ah, fail RP. Fail RP, -2. I might get kicked from the server here. The industrialists just sponsored a university. I should have said no. Unacceptable. Can you force other nations to adopt your government form? Yes. Yes, you can. You can spread liberalism, you can spread the communist revolution. You can. So what I did now, just as a quick explanation, for me it's just button clicks, other people have to analyze it, but basically I am now using tools in all of my mines so that those mines produce more things, which is obviously what we want. Now the charity hospitals have been established, which strengthens the Catholic Church. I take from this that this is the first successful cooperation that we have had. The stuff with the industrialists went terribly wrong. Everybody hated getting rid of migration controls, so and let me just see this. Honestly, we have pretty good radical numbers for like, usually they're worse for me. I'm a very anti-small man sort of player. I keep them down for the longest time. -2, yeah, I'm fail RP. So we might invest a bit more here. It's so nice. It strengthens both the Catholic Church and the landowners. Let's just bring up this a little bit. Do we have states in turmoil? You know what? Actually, no. So we don't need this. I can't bring this up because I think we don't have the tech for it. Meaning we're gonna invest a bit more in our schools right here. We're gonna go in there. Now, is there another legal? Listen, I want to ask, okay? So the industrialists dislike this. We have the industrialists dislike all of these. Do we go for landed voting? Or do we stick with autocracy? I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask Staff, of course. Or do we, like, do nothing? I'm going to give you I'm gonna give you two options. We're gonna reform in which direction you tell me. Which direction are we reforming towards? Good sir. Autocracy. So this would mean we will be an absolute ruler. This will further strengthen us, of course. It will give political strength to the aristocrats, which is our faction, and it will give us a cooler flag. Landed voting would give us elections, which are super cool. I like the flag. I like the landed voting. I leave it to you. Listen, I don't want to manipulate you either way. Autocracy has a cooler flag, but my god, landed voting. The elections. Have you heard of the High Elves? So yeah, tell me about that. What we are going to be doing there. Landed voting. Oh, you guys are actually so split. This chat, 49, 51. Oh my god. How often do the CSA or the Heavenly Kingdom spawn in weird locations? I think that stuff currently is yeah, no. I think that that's gonna need a bit of work. See, okay, and I need to explain this as well, I guess, in the sense that both of those things are designed in a way, and this is something that Victoria 3 does very, very well. In EU4, things sometimes just happen. This is the way it is, it's gonna happen, this is required, we're gonna have a 30 years war, like a league war, yada yada yada. In this game, it is meant to only happen if these circumstances are given. You can see with the CSA, it's not really working out, and you can see with the Great Qing when they spawn in Mongolia and in Xinjiang, that's also not working out. That needs tweaking, there's no doubt about it. Now I see landed voting winning. My god. We have Democrats in this country. How dare you? So we're making the intelligentsia and the trade unions happy. Oh, so I like this idea. We just helped our coalition partner, which is the Catholic Church, and now we're helping ourselves, because landed voting, yeah, it's democratizing, but it helps the aristocrats, right? But I actually really like that we are also placating the intelligentsia and the trade unions that just earlier were genuinely against us. I want to apologize, by the way, to anybody that that voted industrialists earlier. I screwed that. I thought I could pull it off, but nobody liked what the industrialists wanted to do. That was a failed coalition right there. that did not go well. Now here's a funny thing, and this is something that I also want to highlight. I think this is going to be a difficulty for new players significantly. When I started playing this game, I never built food industries. I never did it. I never did. Because you look at it and you go like, okay, food industries makes sense. I need people to have more food, and food is better. So if you look at this, you will see that the basic food need can be fed from grain, fish, meat, fruit, or groceries. But meat, fruit, and groceries fulfill 1.5 units of it, right? 1.5 units. So 1 unit of grain is not worth as much as 1 unit of groceries, meaning having groceries will optimize the price of your basic food demand. But when you go, hey, I would like to expand this, it will always say this will have negative earning, it will suck, you will go bankrupt, don't do it, you son of a gun, I hate you, right? The game is lying here. The game doesn't understand that as I built this, new demand, because of the good substitution for groceries, is created, and it will be profitable. The predictive values that this game gives are so good, normally. Sometimes they're not, and this is one of the cases. Food industries, I gotta tell you, if you pick up this game, very important. You want them, you need them, you deserve them, okay? Your people deserve them. This fly, I swear to God. But the game will tell you, don't build that. You're gonna suffer for it. You're gonna regret it. You will not regret it. Now, as you can see, I'm building up, just for the record, this is basically the base gameplay loop here. Very early on, you need a very broad sort of set of mines, of tool workshop, of steel, so that you can then go wider later on. Yeah, I got a fly buzzing around my head. This son of a gun. I'll get him later. Can you show Württemberg up close? Look at him go. Do you think AI will underdevelop groceries because of this, since I think it's not profitable? I suspect as much, but I will also tell you, and I mean this seriously, this is not me like sandbagging how well I understand the game. as far as actual, for example, like if, you know, let's say we have a patch where the AI constantly rebels. I could not tell you why they do it because of everything being so interconnected. I could not do it. I can tell you that like something is wrong, something isn't working, yada yada yada. But why is difficult because the AI doesn't just rebel because it's bad, it rebels because the systems are so complex and somewhere something isn't working. No idea whether the AI builds it properly. I really haven't kept track of it, and even if they do build it properly, do they understand what they're doing? Is it just random? No idea. Right now it's very expensive. In France at the very least, I should say. I would like to form Byzantine Empire before 1900. I think it's definitely possible. You can form the Byzantines, yeah. How do the small provinces like Hohenzollern? Oh, thank you, my dear Clear Skies. I wanted to talk about this earlier. That like, so you can't split states after unifying them, except if a tag exists that very specifically only has a part of that state. So for example, when we look at Hamburg, if I take Hamburg, that is a split state, right? Because it is the Elbe. If I take Hamburg and I release it, even if I hold the entire state, Hamburg will only get this. That is the only thing there. Probably didn't answer your question at all. But basically, if you take this part, Hohenzollern here, and release Hohenzollern, they will not get Württemberg. They will just get this piece. Research socialism, you son of a gun. Take him away. You know what? Just because of you, law enforcement. That's right. You did this. Ayan, you did this. There will be no talk of this nonsense. Not in this Bavaria. And let me speed it up a bit. The Ottomans... Oh, see, so technically, they actually came out ahead here. The way this worked is that the Ottomans... the Egyptians weren't able to actually keep their war efforts going. They ran out of money and eventually just agreed to, like, this exchange. I think they got... No, actually... crap. I guess I just must have not properly watched it. They got Adana, Aleppo, and Palestine. Now, it's not everything that they need here. You can technically grab everything here in one war. But the Ottomans won. Came back from it. How many hours do I have in this game? Like 180, 190, something like this. Have you any experience with anarchy in in general? That is such a good question. I haven't played much with anarchy in the game. I haven't played much with anarchy because it is really, really late, and at that point, like, you're either really struggling and can't really screw around, or you've already dominated and are sort of pivoting towards the next thing. At least I haven't. I gotta also admit, I've just never focused anarchy, right? Socialism I have done. Command economy, yeah. Right, so what we research now enables us to do two things. Both of which are currently very difficult. We actually need to expand this quite a bit here. We got 299k peasants here, 185k here. I'm gonna put this up here. We will now produce steel, which we will use to make more tools, which are used to produce steel. Hope that makes sense. Is it possible to form Israel? It is actually. With pan-nationalism, it can be done. Because the Balfour Declaration falls directly into this time frame, right? Mining accident. Oh my god. Alright, I hope I didn't ban the wrong person. I did not. Okay, very nice. Is nitroglycerin worth it? Yes. Listen. The workers, they're gonna tell you that they're dying in the mines, and that they beg you to please stop having them die in the mines. We all have to die one day, okay? Keep it up. I'm proud of you. A mine in Franconia has collapsed, trapping miners within the dark shafts below. The scale of the accident has made the tragedy a story across Franconia and the nation. It's always Franconia. Have you ever noticed this? They dug me out, but they left my friend behind. I hope wherever he's gone, it's better than here. I don't think we're like this. Listen, the industrialists are enemies of the state. Are we rural folk? I mean, we do like pretty landscapes, right? This outrageous abuse of the common man cannot continue. You know what? I'm gonna say, yeah, the common man. But I'm only saying that, and it's such a stupid decision because the trade unions are marginalized. Like, they don't play a role here. But I'm gonna say this because our king is a man of the people. After proposing no migration controls, he's now like, you know what? I'm actually, you know, I'm a good guy. Okay, don't defeat me. I stand with the common man. Also, you want more rights? I don't think so. Let's see whether we get landed voting right here. But yeah, we're building up our economy right now. We're already up to 6.2 million. Ooh, and the king intervenes. So this is now the king's will. I will execute it as such. The king has taken a personal interest in the ongoing debate concerning landed voting and has resolved to use his royal prerogative to ensure the law passes. Ludwig I von Bayern seldomly intervenes directly in matters of law, relying instead on a system of delegation and personal influence for the efficient running of his realm, while legally the king may exercise his royal powers at will. Doing so is sure to rile up both Republicans and opponents of the law in question. Screw the smart people. The king is involved. You understand? I want elections. I mean, okay, in all fairness, you know who will be voting in those elections? Just the people that, like, are aristocracy. I don't think we can do anything, but I'm gonna put our interest... Oh, we have one more. Right, we just became a major power. That is because I produce fine art, I had a renowned playwright, I have a statue of the monarch in Franconia, and we have a pretty decent army, actually, yeah. We're gonna put our interest here in Greece, because our son rules over Greece. And then, I guess, Italy... You know what? Let's increase... Yeah, let's increase relay... Oh, right. We need to wait until the interest actually activates. It should be... No? Isn't it visible here somewhere? It should be visible right here. Maintained by... Ah, yeah, it is active now. So we can now do it. It takes some time before the interest activates, basically. No, so what you gotta understand, the people are upset that the king intervened. So the king intervened... And this sort of, if you really think about it, takes the mask off of landed voting. We're passing landed voting, we're like, wow, democracy, isn't that amazing? And then the king says, listen, my word still counts at the end of the day. We're basically like saying, we're passing this, but it's only for rich people that hold lands, so like, we're not really passing anything. We're just like, we're applauding ourselves here. And I think that just got revealed. The intelligentsia would like a further push. They are saying, the king should shut up. Oh yeah, look at that. It doesn't do anything, just for the record, gameplay-wise, but... King Otto von Wittelsbach. My man. Ruling over Greece. You love to see it. Can you colonize outside of declared interests? No. You need an interest there, and once you have land there, you no longer need a declared interest. You just have an interest because you have land there. Yeah. Are regal numbers actually a thing in the game? I honestly don't know whether his name is Ludwig the First in the game number, in the localization, right? But I will also tell you, if regal numbers are a thing, it's not gonna, like, it's just actually not gonna matter. The royal families are very short in terms of their implementation, right? Because most of the time you're not gonna stick with it. Obviously he's a royalist, he's gonna stay a royalist, but yeah. Cheap vacation deals if you... How does the command economy feel different from alternatives, if at all? You subsidize everything. You need to work a lot more with taxes. You have no investment pool. At least from what I remember. It feels quite different. It also gives you just a very different... And this is something that can't be highlighted enough, I think. It gives you a very different interest group setup. Because the industrialists will actually just be gone, right? Instead... You will have the bureaucrats in different factors. Can Yugoslavia be formed? Suntir, thank you. Can it be formed by Serbia? Yes. Serbia can form Yugoslavia. It can. So you would basically have a very different setup. And this setup, by the way, and this has to be said as well, also changes... let me... Where the hell can I see this? I think I can see this. I want to say right... If I click on you... you can see this somewhere. Give me one moment. Ooh, by the way, wow. If we get the church over 20%, this will be doubled, meaning we will get 4% birth rate. That would be insane. That would be very good. Ooh, I like that. But anyway, give me 1 second here. I was talking about how pops decide which interest group to support, and they do this. I must actually be blind. You're influential, yeah, that's fine. They have a pop attraction somewhere, and I cannot find it for the life of me. But it heavily depends. For example, if you have a worker that... I think it's down here? No, it's not. What information am I looking for that I can't currently find it? Population? I don't think so. So basically, in Victoria 2, it's fairly two-dimensional in what pop caste, what pop classification actually takes part in which political movement, what their issues are. In Victoria 3, you can have machinists, and if they have low literacy, they will support, even at the same wealth level and so on, somebody else at that point. If they have a different wealth level and are dissatisfied and are radicals, they also have a different weighting towards intelligence group, interest groups. This is super, super intense, like the way this is done. I think I was looking for this. Am I wrong here? I'm wrong. Oh, is it? Come on, man. This is supported by this. No, there are more factors at play, and I cannot find for the life of me. They give like little pluses. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Oh, here we go. Oh my god, the whole time. Actually blind. Thank you, all of you. Yep, okay. God bless. Here we go. So you have the academics profession, and then it is scaled via the literacy. And whenever this doesn't take, so like for example, obviously they have way more weight because there's 60 and 70, 80 and 90, 70 and 80, 50 and 60, there's 90. They have way more weight towards very high literacy pop. Even if you're a bureaucrat and so on and so forth, and you have low literacy, then you would not go to the intelligentsia. And this then also determines if you are a bureaucrat pop that works for the state, that makes a lot of money because you have ownership shares in a building that usually fall to capitalists, you will be a part of a different IG. Sorry, it took me way too long. I don't understand why. I had the government run here with the planned economy. Bureaucrats are incredibly diverse, much like any other interest group and pop association. This is our current association. This is fluid, depending on how it goes. As I said, I think very, very highly of the econ and the political existence because of this exact effect. This will change over time. Your bureaucrats in 1842 will not be the same as your bureaucrats that own government shares in a building in 1910 and 1901. It will be very, very different. Really, really cool. Can you inherit Greece? God, I wish. No. I cannot inherit Greece. I wish. Anyway, yeah, we're passing landed voting. This is going to happen. I'm going to speed it up to speed 5 right now. Because the plan ultimately, of course, as you know, is to form the SGF, or at least come somewhat closer. Baden being cooperative is so important. If we leave right now, they will not join us yet. We just need to build up our economy a bit more. And quite frankly, what we're going to be doing here is I'm going to leave the taxes exactly where they are, and then build up our construction sector some more so that we can build faster. We're already researching at a really good speed. I think we want to go for nitroglycerin next, just because this will allow us... Actually, it's so difficult. Unless we get Saxony, we won't really have sulfur. And Saxony currently isn't that big of a fan of us. This process will allow me to push up our steel quite a bit. Let's push this up to steel tools now, so that we're producing more tools. Our GDP is going to go up and up and up right now. This, I think, is actually fine. We don't need to change that. I will keep the church here in control, of course. I mean... Why wouldn't I, right? And we're going to move now to more meat. Yep. Sins of the past. Let's take a look at this. Proponents of the landed voting reform have called attention to past abuses of power by the current regime as a reason for why this change is urgently needed. You son of... Who's doing this? Why is working everybody against... The king is like, let's do it. And then they're like, the king is corrupt and I hate him. Well, I barely remember it myself. It was a different time. Things like that simply happened, and I never expected to be interrogated about them. That's not to say it went unquestioned, but they are always complainers. You couldn't listen to them if you wanted to get things done. Of course, this was all with the king's approval. Son of a... Not officially, but I think you should know. That stays between us. Wait a minute, who are these fellas? This is landowners. He's the Catholic Church. No, the past. I'm a good king, okay? Not the power corrupts. Socorus, I know your name, okay? I'm gonna call you out in person right here, okay? You've been a dangerous anti-monarchist this whole stream. I will not have it. The past is the past. These issues have nothing to do with the reform. No more king. Why are all of you so against our dear king? I can't believe this. How does air work? They hang around. Don't you think the game is a little bit short? 100 years is not long, especially if you want to play as communist or fascist, because they unlock so late in the game. Well, your journey there is a big part, right? I know what you're saying, but I think actually So first of all, you could of course disable the actual like length, right? But I will tell you, I actually really enjoy that this game says we have an ambition for 100 years and that is it. We do not move, we do not go further back, we do not go further forward. We want to emulate exactly this period as well as we can. I like it. I think it's a good thing. I was so relieved, I gotta tell you, when I played this game, and I played it up to 1936, right? And I was like, man, this kept the charm of Victoria 2 and Victoria 1. Where like, this is the one Paradox game where you might actually play to the end game fairly reliably. Hold the poll, socialism versus monarchism. We don't even know what socialism is in this country, okay? And now we could go for crystal glass here. But I think right now what I would prefer is nitroglycerin, then probably railways, which will come to us automatically. And then we are going to be good in terms of industrialization, I think, yeah. The industrialists have started complaining about the existence of subsistence farms in Bavaria, stating that their undeniable inefficiency should be immediately addressed. The fertile soil of our people suffers, relegated to tired and callous hands, too exhausted from manual labor to perform at a decent... I hate the... This is the... Oh my god, they have 20%. They serve our purpose, okay? Don't be mean to the farmers. Joseph, son of a gun, market liberal. I hope that we will soon get a different IG leader, and that IG leader is a better monarchist than Joseph, okay? How often in your experience so far do national obsessions develop or perhaps change over the course of the game? I actually will admit, Kadrarion, and this is something I haven't thought about obsessions, and I haven't noticed obsessions to any meaningful degree this whole time, I would say. I obviously, you know, like what you can do, right? You go like, for example, okay, give me a second here. You go here, right? You can see this right here, but it's not something that I think about a lot, and I think that says something about it, right? In that sense. So yeah, I would say probably not enough, quite frankly, or not noticeable enough. Does the Scramble of Africa exist in the game? So there is currently no event, much like the German Confederation. I wish that was more institutionalized. There was more enshrined in the actual mechanics. But people will go for Africa because the rubber, the dye, the sugar, the fruit, it's so good. I hate that we don't have a port. It's so good. Seriously, it's great. My God. So Koros will be a good citizen. I'm not an enemy of the king. I'm a supporter of the small people. Yeah, buddy. That's what they all say. I was such an anti-socialist. I was arrested for antisocial behavior. I see the British on live stream. What I'm hoping, by the way, to a degree, so we're liberalizing now technically, but if we get people angry enough, we will see the Spring of the People's events, which I think it's a great way of delivering that. Better with the German Confederation if it were to exist, but you know, I hope you know where I'm coming from there. I would love to see that. So, let me think. I need to analyze real quick how we are actually doing. Tools. We need more tools, so that's already a given. We will produce more tools. We are barely underproducing our coal. We can produce more coal, that's not an issue. Of course, we get nitroglycerin as well, so it will become easier. We definitely need more iron, like really desperately. So what I'm doing, by the way, just as an explanation, I'm hovering over our main provinces to see how we are producing and how we are consuming, and whether I would be in an equilibrium if I made my own market. The Catholic Church have expressed their concerns about government decisions clearly favoring the interests of the industrialists. Choosing is always hard, not because the decision is difficult to make, but because the consequences can be a bit inconvenient. Rumors are spreading like smoke from a factory, staining the clear air of Bavaria with a dense and vicious poison. I like the church better. I'm gonna say the church is cool. I don't like the industrialists. Not my first choice. Let's build some more iron here. And of course some more coal, just 5 of them. Are you actually... See, this is also a question. Yeah, the coal is actually full. Still not 10 million GDP. I know! It's terrible. How difficult is it to institute a theocracy? I don't think we could do it right now, right? Like, even if we would be passing the law, yeah, look at that. Oof. Sheesh. Nobody likes that. Nobody's a fan. Oh yeah, the industrialists, they were unhappy, and so they started to avoid taxes. Look at him again. I need the Catholic Church to actually be more important, but obviously, we are industrializing, and this means that we will have to compete with the new powers. This is a natural thing in Victoria 3. I keep saying to other content creators, if you have more radicals than you have loyalists early on, and you're not liberalizing, you are completely fine. Just suppress it more. But people being angry is normal. It is working as designed, because they're getting money, and you're not giving them, you know, any more benefits. And by the way, I just noticed we have low market access here, which means, for now, we're gonna do some road maintenance. We do need trains quite soon, I think. A storage tank full to the brim with molasses, instead intended for rum distillation, has burst, flooding the streets of Munich's commercial center, killing dozens and injuring hundreds of bystanders. The Great Molasses Flood. The molasses, waist deep, covered the streets and swirled and hobbled about the wreckage. Here and there, struggle to form. Whether it was animal or human being was impossible to tell. Only an upheaval, a thrashing about in a sticky mass, showed where any life was. Oof. Shout out to the brave soldiers that brew the beer every day and have perished in this great disaster. But I also gotta tell you, one tragedy must not stop progress. I will not close down the beer production. It will not be done. We're not having luck with the landed voting, but we're at 55% now. We should be good any minute here, basically. Yeah, we're losing aggressively money now. Could tax liquor. Listen, I'll just out of principle, I'm not taxing liquor. Okay. What I actually want to do is I would like to upgrade this with public trams. I think this would be nice, but I think it's a pipe dream right now because you're not moving into this direction. The steel frame buildings. I can't even, you know what, I'm looking around now. I think I never manually researched that because I can't even identify where the hell it is. Oh, railways. Okay, so that is nice. We do not have a motor industry right now, but we will be building it now. Just one of them. And then railways like this. Because then we actually are using our steel for something as well. Steel right now, we have to subsidize it. And because of that, everybody's a bit unhappy. I'm losing money. Obviously, that's not good for anybody. Yeah, as soon as we stop subsidizing this, we'll be good. Paul was hilarious. What none of you know, and I'm leaking this, okay? I'm a madman. What none of you know. Paul Dupre. And I know this will be insanely surprising. I think to anybody that even has taken a look at this game. Has a degree in historical economics. No, but that aside, the actual leak is that Paul Dupre is a master entertainer. I have seen him at PDXCon. He popped off, I think, is the best way of saying that. I'm not surprised that he's quite entertaining. But yeah, if you got any questions for me, keep them coming. We are going to make the step, by the way. We are now at 8.4 million. We're going to make the step in the next 2 years, maybe. To move into our own... I'll take it, actually. So this defensive pack, we're not really going to use it. Oh god, wait a minute. I'm not gonna use it. Okay, they have a good relationship with Prussia. I was just thinking, did they do this because they know Prussia is gonna attack? I don't think so. But basically, we are going to leave the customs union with Prussia, and we're going to attempt to get Baden, Württemberg, maybe Saxony, maybe Hesse into our new South German customs union. It would be gorgeous. It would be truly good. With that being said, I think we want to move towards these now. They will let me produce more food, basically. And speaking of food, I would actually be interested as well if we could just do some more grocery stuff here. How do you accept groups? You mean cultures. So you can just give them rights, but to make them a primary culture, you have to do special stuff. Forming Germany, the Austrian Ausgleich, who else actually? Italy, South and North Italian, right? That is how you do that. Is there anything unique about playing as a subject, or does it just feel like an independent state with restrictions? So I would largely say that it feels unique in the sense that independent countries commonly can choose them. Oh, okay. In front of our very eyes. Emperor Ferdinando di Bourbon del du Sicily. So it feels unique, but it is definitely limited. It has to be said. I would like a mechanic, and I keep shilling for this because this is my personal... I would like this to be the first content that leaves post-release, right? I would like a mechanic that is the German Confederation the British Empire, where the vassals can interact with them, with each other, but also with the Empire. Maybe have like sort of meetings every now and again, and then can decentralize into the Commonwealth, or really centralize into an Imperial Federation. I would like that. Right now that is missing for sure. Look at Italy. So they have formed. Rome was okay with it. This also happens fairly quickly. It's a balancing thing. Listen, ultimately this is just a balancing thing in the sense that Sicily is in a really good starting position, and nobody really hates them. And so they're like, yeah, why not, right? But that does mean we now have a competitor with Austria in the south. Can you release Alaska? I think so, but I actually don't know. I actually do not know. I never, why would I release land? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Have you played as the USA? Yes. The USA have an insane amount of flavor. Insanely flavor rich. You get an expedition in Oregon. Listen, if you play over here, right? You get expeditions once you start colonizing. The Americans, once they reach this area over here, they get an expedition. Expeditions are super cool. Really well written. Largely written here by Veronica, who is now working for the CK3 team. Super exciting for me. I like CK3. But yeah, that is some good content. And the Prussians. Yeah, okay, the Prussians are now moving in. Oldenburg, Elbe, Brunswick. And Austria is neutral. Come on, Austria. Oof, okay. Discord within the Catholic Church. An influential faction within the Catholic Church has grown frustrated with their co-members' neutrality on the topic of landed voting. Themselves in favor of the law, they have now resolved to form a separate political faction intent on passing it. How can you all stand idly by and watching the world pass before your eyes? Have you no sense of honor? Of duty to your fellow man? I say nay to such a lack of ambition, and I dare say I am not alone in this. You know what? I'll hand this cent over to the landowners. We're losing power here, so like, gotta make it up somewhere, right? Why are you all trying to overthrow, huh? The righteous order. Alright, they're all mobilizing here. Let me, look at this stuff. Yeah, they're changing their support now as well, so, basically, when Prussia gets infamy, which they are currently, of course, collecting, because they have 75 infamy, which is good for us. Everybody now hates Prussia, which is excellent for us, seriously. But by doing this, first of all, Prussia will secure its market. I couldn't even cut them off if I wanted to. Second of all, we're looking at a situation where they now are supporting Austria. I mean, look at this. Austria has 12 supporters. That is remarkable. If we were a great power, which we're far away from, but if we were, we may benefit from this as well. Now, I'm not going to get involved in this war. I'm going to be honest with you. I know I will get clapped. Okay? I've played this game long enough to know. As a line infantry country, you do not mess with a skirmish infantry country, okay? We haven't done anything militarily. We've only built up. We're super behind. So the difference here, 20-30 offense, defense, right? 30-35. The difference there, trust me, is very significant. You do not want this. You do not want to mess with it. On top of that, Prussia has great generals. They have Helmut von Moltke. They got some stuff to throw around. I'm gonna ignore this and act like I didn't see. Hesse Kassel, oh come on. I'm out of here. Württemberg, this is good. Württemberg doing all this is great. Really good. For us. Let me check, by the way. I need to make sure before we leave the market. Baden. Wary for... Oh, Hesse. We will get Hesse in the market. And this means Bavarian Rhineland will not be cut off. We can't get Saxony in. Yeah, Hesse is good enough. Frankfurt, I will improve relationships with you. And I will now actually start improving relationships with Switzerland. And as soon as we leave this customs union, I will declare rivalry with Prussia. Does the late game manage to do a World War I with any consistency, or is it just all AS direct chaos by that point? Honestly, it's not that... Like, it's... if you've played EU4, you will understand. It's no EU4 in terms of how the map looks, right? Whether you get like a full-blown, a genuine World War I would probably suggest not in the full form on a regular basis, but trench warfare does suck, and it's easier to escalate a war in the late game, because very similar to, where the hell is it? Very similar to Victoria 2, in the late game, you can have multilateral alliances right there, and that just escalates any conflict. So if you do have Central Powers, yes, you will have a war that really sucks, you will not enjoy it, you will have a bad time. I think they just conceded. I didn't check it, but they conceded the first war goal, and with that it never came to war. What did they get here? What was this at the start? What was this about? Oh. The whole Prussian market collapsed, and I can't tell why. So, okay. Why was I kicked out of the Prussian market? I understand why all the others left. They hate Prussia. Prussia is super aggressive. They hate Prussia. If we look at this map, right? Yeah. Neutral at best, but otherwise, yeah. Why am I in my own market? Am I... Oh. It's not a bug. It's not a bug at all. It's... Oh my god, Prussia, you twat. So to remain in a voluntary customs union, you actually have to have good relationships. Alright, Prussia. I'll hunt you down for this, buddy. Hello, Saxony, I need your sulfur. Baden. Can I interest you? No? Let me zoom out here. Hesse. Please enter my customs union. Oh, you're not joining? Wait, what are you doing? They made Württemberg into a protectorate? Oh, okay, so listen. This was me thinking it would get to a war and Württemberg wouldn't be impacted. The very first demand Prussia made in the initial diplomatic play that we saw was to make Württemberg into a protectorate. You son of a gun. Alright, okay. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. So, what we need to do now is we need to work a bit, and this is where it gets a bit more complex. We need to work a bit on our production methods. We don't have sugar. We need to get rid of the sugar production method here. It doesn't do anything for us. Here, I think we might even have to roll this back. Unless I can import any sugar. And I might be actually... No, I will be able to get at least some sugar from France. At the very least, some sugar. As soon as we get Hesse in our market, we can do that. Prussia is out here destroying my line. Okay? And I will not have it. I will destroy them. We will have sulfur once Saxony joins us. I don't need to roll back this PM. We do not yet have trains. We're not going to introduce that yet then. Up here, I want to say we're actually fine. Oh, we don't have fertilizer. No, we do have some fertilizer from the livestock ranches, but not enough to actually make it work, which means we will immediately have to build some chemical plants. Otherwise, we're going to be in a really bad spot. So, that means I will now roll back the food industries. We're going to leave that behind for the moment. We can build it later. Doesn't matter right now. This coal we don't need right now. How are we doing on coal in general? We're doing pretty okay. We can do nitroglycerin as well once we get the chemical plants. I want to say... Yeah, I want to say we're gonna make this fairly easy. But what you need to understand, so to explain this, Prussia, right now, chose... they chose violence. They woke up and they chose violence. And by the way, this is actually a very interesting question. I love this question. I just spotted it. My apologies. Do different laws require different tax laws? Different rates of taxation efficiency? I believe they do, and it should be depicted right here. It's not... They don't name it. Yeah, they actually just don't name it. Wait, let me check. We can do this one-to-one, because I know China has a different one, different taxation law. Japan as well. So this is basically, it's just 10k, yeah, it's just per 10k. How about you? It's just, no? Okay, it doesn't actually. I know they talked about it. Good question. I didn't even think about this. I know they talked about it in the dev diaries. It does not, no. What is the average life expectancy of characters, and can it be increased or decreased throughout the game through new inventions and the healthcare system's institution level? I believe so. I've seen in different patches, I've seen very different things, like characters live until they're 90, characters live until they're just like 50. Work in progress, I guess, right? Alright, I need to understand right here. What the hell is going on? So they really want this land, which is why they're going in yet again against Brunswick, against Hanover. If they concede, Brunswick just gets annexed and it's over. I hate that Württemberg is now a protectorate. Yeah, they just conceded and fell over. Yeah. I'm not joining a customs union led by Württemberg. Are you crazy? I can't make them join my market because they are a protectorate, meaning we need to bully Prussia. Okay, let's just let some ticks go by here, because if I'm not mistaken here, we should have a couple of fellas. Yep, that will join our market. Baden. How about you? Wary. What is... Okay, anyway, we're now connected to France, which is really good, because now we're looking at this. We got a bunch of more stuff. We have underproduction right here. I didn't build any arms industry whatsoever. Can we import sugar? Yes. Oh, Austria actually... No, nothing from France. That's surprising. So we're importing sugar. This should be balanced. Well, not balanced. It should be slightly expensive, but we should be getting it. Guns. That is a big topic. We obviously need guns until we build our own stuff. Man, being kicked out of the market, not what I expected. That is not what I thought would happen here. Prussia basically took apart the goddamn Zollverein because they made everybody angry. Are there any news of the CK3 series? Yes, actually. This month. I promise. Can you disable infamy? Is it more aggressive than similar expansion limiting? I would say it's slightly... Ooh, okay, it's slightly less aggressive. Okay, France, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Can I make you my friend? I will not become your protectorate. And they do not want an alliance. Austria. Neutral you. How dare you? We're gonna be fine. I would definitely say we're gonna be fine. But man, I wish it went differently. I really do. We might want to sign a trade agreement if we can. I'm not gonna give them... Okay, let's see how this goes. I hope France can push in, because currently this should be cut off, right? Is Bavaria the strongest state after Prussia from German states? Yes. I think Bavaria is in the best position to do something here. And now that we have a customs union, we could technically at least, like... I really need Baden to swing around. So basically, if somebody likes you, their attitude has a chance every now and again to flip, right? Let's hope that it flips. Let's hope that it flips, because I need them in my customs union so that I can then work with them. And annex them. Otherwise, we're gonna have a difficult time. We're having a difficult time right now to begin with. I believe it is probably because... Actually, iron isn't that expensive. It's the wood. Right, let's import some wood. Very, very, very important. I even talked about this at the start of the stream. I said we can probably import wood from the Austrian market. And if we do that, it will at least reduce our construction cost by a bit, which then in turn, well, has our deficit be a bit less bad. Still bad, but less bad. Yeah, it goes slightly down, but not nearly enough. The paperwork of elections. Can you believe we still haven't passed landed voting? My God. Come on, man. Are there any other major unifications? No, the other ones are all minor. So like Arabia, Ethiopia, I want to say Romania, right? Or Romania, Yugoslavia, they're all minor, yeah. Once we have the whole infrastructure in place, it will be much easier. We need to prove that we can do this. People need to be able to trust that their votes are properly collected and counted, or they will quickly dismiss the elections as a sham. The people are watching. Other nations are watching. We can't afford to take shortcuts. We will use resources. Do none of you realize that I have no money? How dare you? So it came to a war. We got some battle going on here. So initially the defense will always be in a better position, but you can see that they only have line infantry. They will get worn down unless a fix comes in. Now what are we looking at here? I see major wins here by the... Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say, right? You say major wins in Hanover. This means that they now get ticking war score. Well, the war support of the of Hanover and Brunswick will go down, meaning that the resistance by France means considerably less, because even if they push in, you can't retake this soon enough, which is bad for the war, because then you will just end up in a status quo where this is annexed and France did nothing. Is it enjoyable to play Austria, or is it a bad nation? It's enjoyable, yeah, sure. It's also one where you need to learn how to deal with minorities and minority rights. You saw this maybe in the stream. I love the video, Bokoen, right? That video was like, everybody now learns to read and they want more rights, and I can't give them to them because I have these strong landowners. Get out of here. These strong landowners that are blocking me. It is not easy, but there are two routes. You can either go, okay, I need to break down the landowners, repeal some of the laws that strengthen them, and then move towards, you know, less discrimination. Or I go super heavily on home affairs, I go super heavily on police force and suppress them. It makes for very unhappy pops, but if you have police force, it doesn't matter that much. I am fearful, by the way, in case that wasn't clear. Yeah, Swigma Mail, that's him, Swimmy. Is there anything related to choose what kind of sugar you're making into alcohol? No, there's just sugar as a good. If you wanted to like differentiate between anything, then you would have to mod that in basically, yeah. God damn, Prussia. They actually are ruining me. They've ruined this family. Okay, so with you, we're gonna reset this for the moment, just so that this becomes a bit cheaper again, that you can actually produce something. Right now we got penalties there. We can produce our own sugar, but we will produce less grain. We need grain. There's no way of doing that. Can I import grain? And then I can pivot towards beer. People will buy it. Prussia's aggression actually ruining my game plan. Oh my god. What the hell is happening? Oh, they're holding Brunswick? Are you getting any supply in that place? What the hell? It's difficult to see, but oh yeah, they just annexed Hanover. Was to be expected. The game just crashed. All right. Give it a moment, yeah. Give it a cool second. If you advance technologically, your downfall will occur. There's no timer, but you know what? I might as well take like a second of a break here. Let me... What a crash. That's certainly a crash. We got all the saves, okay? What the hell? Yeah, Hanover cannot be conquered. So I don't... Let's hope that isn't repeatable. What tech are we getting here, by the way? It's not this. It's percussion cap. Yes, that's the one that we're getting. I need to think about what to do here. Can we real quick just get some iron? Just some cool iron? Not really. We can stop building, obviously. That's a very obvious choice, right? We can also import some paper in the hope of making that a bit cheaper. We're already fairly balanced. It doesn't even make any sense. Yeah. We could get rid of some of our army. But man, I'm not confident in that based on this. I don't know. I cannot. No idea. Front lines. Oh, screen. Yeah, give me 1 second here. Like I told you, right? There it is. Like I told you, basically. Oh, there it is. Front lines. When they work, really good. When they don't work, how do you have supply? Like, this would be fine if, as expected, the troops in this location had no supply, right? Would be completely fine, but... Well, anyway, listen, I will do a quick break here. We shall be back in a mere 5 minutes. I will let the timer run, okay? In a mere 5 minutes, we will continue. I will attempt to not fall apart. God bless Bavaria. Gott strafe Preußen. And until then, yeah? Just 5 minutes. Timer's running. Well, well, well. What a cursed world we live in. Prussia comes in, ruins everything. Dating websites in the chat. Despite all of us already being in committed relationships. The socialists, yet again, trying to rebel against the king. I gotta tell ya, this isn't going as planned. This isn't going planned at all. So, what do we do here? I would say we obviously, like, we can't do anything about this. And let's hope that it doesn't crash again. If it does, it does, you know. I think after starting to build this, we need to go on and stop building for a second. We need to stop building for a second because we need to make some of the money back. And I think we can. I'm certain that we can. But we need to make it there. Now we're making some explosives now. Let's see how many we can produce. We're gonna produce this for 5 weeks. And I'm actually gonna... I wish I could cancel this. Yeah, it's troublesome, of course, that like we don't even have the right... yeah, we got the die issue here, of course. Troublesome. See, I talked about all this because I knew it was gonna happen. And then Prussia just did it. I planned for this for a decade. Literally a decade. And Prussia just kicks me out because they're like declaring wars on everybody. Okay. That aside, we desperately need Württemberg, Baden, I mean, in our market. We cannot get Württemberg. For that, we need, like, some cooperation. Man, they are all... None of them are friendly to me right now, except Russia. And Russia is not good enough. Prussia, I hereby declare rivalry. Which hopefully will turn France? Okay, we're gonna lose some money here for just a second. We're gonna then cool it down. The game did not crash this time. That's good news. Don't rebel against the king, okay? We got bigger fish to fry, wouldn't you agree? we got a couple of things to do here. We're going to see. Yep, there you go. Now we're gonna pause it. We're still gonna be negative, I assume. I will shift now the production here, however. Are we getting enough glass for the urban center? Yes. Okay, so that is fine. So our production is paused. We're gonna make some money now. And you can see, by the way, that this war here is making a lot of people very unhappy. When you annex people, many millions of them, so like basically if you form Germany through war, even if you form Germany afterwards, which says I stand for all Germans, the people that you conquered, rather than got into your coalition by being a good guy, the people that you conquered will not like you. And this is something Prussia will now experience. Whether it will actually slow them down, I don't know. I think they benefit much, much more from having permanent access to their market here. Maybe we should have a vote for who we ally with. I would love to do that. I don't think I have the international capital to do it. I think we gotta take whatever we can. I think we're not in a good spot right now. You can see that France is holding, you know, very nicely here. I think we need to re-roll the sugar a bit, yeah. What do you want me to say? I was not yet prepared. That is as simple as I can put it. Screw the wine. We're no longer producing any wine. We're producing sugar. That is the big part of what is coming our way now. Yeah. So we're making money, and this is actually good. Because the more money we're making, the more I can actually roll back these high taxes, which then lets people buy things, which brings up the consumption taxes. We need to hope that we can pull this out. France. Very, very nice what they're doing here with Prussia. The Württemberg... Oh, it's already in our market. Oh, I was so excited. I thought Hesse was the one that we're looking for, but it's really not. Any of you want to join my market? Why can't you join my market? Oh, we're not cordial. I'm gonna upgrade you a bit here. You will join if I owe you an obligation. I'm cool with that. We need to consolidate, okay? Okay. I will be absolutely honest with you. We are very, very lucky that Hesse took us in. Because if not for Hesse, we couldn't be trading with France. We would be in a very bad spot. Can we export something? Good question. Let's take a look at it. I do want to... Yes, I do want to export steel. Big time. Let's export this to France. Make some money off the tariffs. Maybe we get a trade deal. I'll be honest, I'm okay with the trade deal because it would still position us I'll trade with Prussia for the moment. But it would still position us in a situation where we can then basically go on. Yeah, look at that. They got kicked out of Brunswick, which will then end this war. We need to make money. That is all there is to it. I'm going to put this down. And I know it seems counterintuitive because we're just making money off of the tariffs. You can see it increasing right here. I'm going to put this down so that people can purchase more things, which then means they will purchase more things that we are taxing. You can see it here with the services. It's slowly but surely taking up as people get more income. This is something you also need to understand, by the way. You can tax people directly, or you can tax their consumption, and if you don't tax them directly, their consumption goes up, meaning sometimes it's way more worthwhile. Yeah, I think France is going to lose this one. I don't even think I'm ready for war with France. It's such... I have been dunked on by Prussia for taking Württemberg. Because Württemberg is so important to get the SGF rolling, right? What are you gonna do? We're still holding on, though, to a major power status. That is good. As soon as we get nationalism, we can annex Baden as soon as they are in our customs union. My son. I have no port, and you have no access to my lands. But Otto, I certainly appreciate you jumping in here. We stand together as one, my good friend. Isn't that nice? You love to see it. Yeah, so the export of the steel, by the way, we will partially roll this back once we use steel ourselves more. You know, we're waiting. The motor industries are going to use steel and such. But for the moment, we export it to make money for our pops that are in that steel plant and for ourselves via the actual tariffs. This is the point, basically, of what we're doing here. The tools. Yeah, we're just not using enough tools right now because we're not building. But, of course, long-term, we will be using enough tools. We are making good money. I think I might even roll back one tax level further. I know that we're just for a while we're going to be negative, but hopefully that will recover via the actual consumption taxes there. Prominent members of the landowners. Will we ever get landed voting? It's been like 8 years of passing this. Prominent members of the landowners, outspoken supporters of landed voting, and close allies of Karl von Benedek. I assume the leader of the landowners? Oh. Ugh. You got a new landowner leader. And he's a pacifist. Sheesh. Yeah, I'm gonna... Okay, what we're gonna do is... It's a good call. Let's just export some tools here. Austria, that's fine. Yeah, you know what? I would like to get Karl von Benedek out. That guy sucks. That guy sucks. I'm gonna let him take the hit. I hate it. I hate that guy. I don't like that guy. Alright. Pacifist. Jesus. Do you know what's happening in the north here? Prussia is running rampant. Man, and we see them repeatedly reconquer this. What is actually happening here? So Brunswick. Since they just retook Brunswick, they cannot go lower. But Prussia is slowly actually losing things. Now, there's nothing that could be pressed against Prussia, but they are losing war support, and they might zero-piece this. There's no benefit in this for us. Because, oh, you get a white piece, you don't annex Brunswick, who cares, right? So this does not do much for us. I just gotta tell you this very honestly here. If only the world was a bit of a different place. You know what? I think I have to stop suppressing them. I can't stop them. The industrialists are taking over. I cannot stop the march of progress. But I can tax consumption a little bit more. Luxury furniture, sure. Tea, don't have much of it, but... Yeah, let's do that. Let's earn some money here. I hate Prussia. I really do. But enough about real-life circumstances. They're in a defensive pact with Austria. Yeah, we need them to actually flip to not be wary. I might even... Oh, we don't have central banking. But I might want to, like, just fund them. Because that gives you a chance to get an obligation, which then you could use to force them into our customs union. Right now they're close, but not quite. Yeah. And we're going to use this opportunity, though, to definitely get canneries. And then I'm going to move and import some fish, because those canneries are going to use the fish. You know what? Oh, right. Let's take a look at this. Unproductive. I think Yeah, we can get rid of that probably. Probably. I don't... How is this a loss? Oh, did I get rid of everything? You know, let's just keep it going. I'm not happy about the bureaucracy loss there, of course. Need to rebalance that. Let's build this first, and let's start building again. We should have some sort of investment pool, and yeah, we do. So we can do this for a couple of weeks here, I think. My god. Obligations like favors from CK, yes, but people can say no. It's not a guarantee, yes. Oh my god, what are you doing? Prussia looked at me and really was like, I'm gonna form Germany. You're not gonna do anything. Would you give the game at least an 8 out of 10? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think so. I want to really highlight my main criticism are the bugs, the finicky stuff, the non-polish, okay? It has to be highlighted. You should be aware of this. Fixable, but present. When you buy a game, you need to be aware of the stuff that is present. But the game's mechanics, my god, man, they are good. Definitely an 8 out of 10. How could you do this to me? So this was gonna happen. Yeah, alright. This is bad. In case you were not aware. Right. Still passing landed voting. We're building some stuff now, we're losing money, that is fine. We're letting people get at least a bit of money here. You can see that their standard of living went up somewhat. I could make more money, but I don't think it's necessary. Right now, important mechanic explanation, it's not going to last for long, but right now we are building from the investment pool, right? So this money, since we have the interventionism law, is eligible for all of these things. We are currently building these things, so we aren't paying for the construction expenses. They are given to us from the investment pool, but the investment pool is very soon going to be empty. And then we are paying again, which obviously puts us in a very, very difficult position. Just keep building it. We will be able to make some more money off the trams, so we should be fine. I knew that I needed this trade route. It keeps telling me unproductive. I know it's unproductive. You know what? Actually, roll it back. Forget that trade route. I'm just going to roll back this building production method. Sometimes you have to do that. There's nothing you can do about it. We have one textile mill. Come on. Can we import this stuff? I require... Yes, I'll take it from the French. That trade route is much, much more worthy. Ah, you might have roleplayed that old fart king too well. Yeah, things aren't going perfectly, but yeah, this is what you can see here, by the way, and I want to stress this. Russia, 278 battalions. Prussia, 197 battalions. This is the difference of a good commander and approving armed forces. And of course, most importantly, the production method in the barracks. The skirmish infantry is destroying and will keep destroying Russia because Russia is still on line infantry. They never stood a chance. They never stood a chance, okay? Okay. Now we're gonna get some... oh, that's the wrong railway. No. Listen, we're gonna build this one first. Yes, this one... Yeah, only build this one. I need to make some money. It's fine. Oh my god, he's intervening again. Can you believe that we're still on this same reform? Yeah. What are they sitting at? Notorious 74.5. Okay, alright. We should focus on securing Baden. Yeah, I am, but I currently do not have the... it sucks so much. I currently do not have the tech to do central banking. Okay, I gotta rush this together. So we're getting exposure for this already, but I need to rush this with my universities as well, because this will let me bankroll Baden, which in turn might net me a favor. I can't improve our relationships with Baden by default, because we're looking at already pretty good relationships. We can't actually do anything there. We need them to stop being wary, which might take some time. We have to see where it goes. Listen. I'm scrambling, okay? I gotta tell you. I think we are completely fine. But for the moment, I need to min-max a little, okay? Sometimes you gotta just min-max a bit. I don't like the industrialists. Get out of here. Tax evasion. Son of a... Okay, right. Now, let's keep track of this. We have now a motor industry. I will be exporting this. If I may. You know what? It's not actually worth it. I will be exporting this. The railways will obviously be using it. These railways will then create transportation, which we can then use And I'm actually gonna up this, I think, which we can then use in our urban centers, which make us money because they sell services. We went into this a bit earlier. So basically, I'm now gonna go into public trams in just a second. We're gonna let it run. We're gonna let it build up. And then we jump into this. Obviously, there's gonna be a bit of a shortage here just for a moment. It will recover. And then we should be good to go when it comes to the urban centers providing more services, making us more money ultimately. This is a really important tech. Get out of here, fly. This is the skirmish infantry that I talked about. Can we afford it right now? No. In case you were wondering, we cannot. You... Alright, Württemberg. Yeah, Württemberg likes me, but I can't do anything with him. There's nothing I can... Oh my god. Talk about Prussia being aggressive, huh? People were like, the AI is so passive. The AI is so passive. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Alright, so clearly. Wait, let me actually check. Who's leading the... Obviously, they're led by the armed forces. How else could it be? Who's leading the Junker? Eduard von Falkenstein. Bismarck never made it. The armed forces made it. Gustav von Rauch. I need France. I desperately need France. They're cautious to me. You're out of your mind. Okay. We're making good money. This is fine. We even rolled back our taxes. Let me consider this, right? Let's talk about this for a second. Who cares about landed voting? We have skirmish infantry. We want to shift to that as soon as possible. Because there is this refurbishing moment, right? We shift to this. Costs us more. We can afford it. I need ammunition. I need ammunition. Yes. And I think we can actually deal with this. This will make us slightly more threatening. Maybe. I very specifically say maybe there. Maybe keep Prussia away from us. Will it? I don't know. I doubt it. Okay, I need to roll that back for the moment. We need to do this ASAP. But first, we need to build munition plants. Luckily, we are so lucky in this terrible situation. Luckily, Saxony has sulfur. Saxony is digging it up, giving it to us. I can build our own munition plants and we will not die. Maybe. Rival Baden's rivals? I don't know whether they have any. They got nothing. They're damaging... Prussia is damaging the relationship with Baden. Stop it. Please. Prussia. Leave some crumbs for me, okay? Just some crumbs. Okay, raising concerns. I don't like the industrialists. Get out of here. I will always say no. This is a bad effect. Hate it. But like, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? It will go away because it's a temporary debuff. Don't worry about it too much. It's not too important there. Relations with Austria and Italy look I mean, see, the thing is, we don't technically... Yeah. Okay. We don't technically need strong relationships with anybody. There's a Swiss civil war, yeah. I might actually get involved in that. But everybody hates Prussia. So there is a Bismarck. Prussia does not currently have him. I don't know why exactly, but they do not have him. Bismarck is a really good character because it gives a faster infamy decay to Prussia. They don't have him, which is why everybody's angry. Now, I think I will join the Swiss side here. The French already did. So I'm going to join this and hope that this makes it so, because we're already improving. I don't know whether you remember this. I would like them to join my customs union. Where are you actually? You're in your own customs union. Yeah, we'll just help them. You know, honestly, let's send Karl von Heideck. 5 units. Thank you, I'm just Wiggles. Die Wacht an Franconia. Yeah, it's fairly similar. It's not the French that are threatening us, it's the goddamn Prussians. I will get Karl von Heideck, our amazing general with his 5 units, to fight against the Swiss rebellion. The peasant revolt. It cannot stand. Can you keep your army on low tech, but when the war starts, you switch to the most advanced available, and after the war you change it? You can, but I would not advise it. It takes a year for the penalties that you get for switching to go back. It takes a year, and actually I might even have that now. Yeah, look at that. Because I switched it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. This war is going to be easy because France is in it. Doesn't matter. But it takes a year. So, like, you do not want to do that. You need to build an economy that can actually maintain the level of involvement that you have. So I just signed a trade agreement, by the way, with the French. We also got central banking, which is the one thing that we will now be doing here. Oh, he's so close. -8. Okay, Baden. What's going on in your market? What's happening? Am I producing something? You need glass? Can I give you some glass, my friend? Do I have glass? It's not even... Do you need grain? The hell do you need, buddy? If we trade with them, they will be more likely to join us. I don't really have all that much of any of this. I could give you some groceries, maybe? If we trade with them. I know it looks bad because of the administration and whatnot, but... Man, this interface. I'll give you some groceries. It's at a loss. It's fine. We just need more trade so that they become more likely to enjoy our existence. You see this right here from the volume of trade routes between our markets. This influences how it actually goes. We need volume. And then, owing them an obligation, we will actually be able to do it. Right, the Swiss Peasant Revolt. And this is the first war that we've actually done in this video. So we are here with bad units. With units that are just re-geared, so they're extra bad. And we're attacking. Which honestly, we don't even... The French just have... They're so advanced that they're advancing faster than us. Yeah. This guy just went home. They're advancing faster than us, so we never even see battle. That's kind of funny. Can I get the next battle? I would like Karl to do something. Ah, it's General Guillaume d'Haute de la Brunerie. Yeah, this war was not a big challenge for them. Prussia, you bastard. Ah, okay. I will not join France's customs union. It will not happen. My god. Oh, does the chat assembly have demands? Tell me. The one who tells me gets banned. Ladies and gentlemen. Landed voting is here. What's the situation? Prussia is taking all of German states apart. We are somewhere in the middle. Baden refuses to join us, despite me being the alternative, of course, to Prussia. But we just passed landed voting. It took us long enough. It really took us long enough. Okay. Let's take a look at this, right? So we're gonna have an election, and it should happen any second. There it is. Yeah, we got some parties formed. What are these parties? We got the Free Conservative Party. They're gonna get 0% of the votes, and the Intelligentsia collecting 100%. Okay, it wasn't correct. I'm happy with that. The Industrialists are gonna get their votes. Wow. Man, the Industrialists. We fought them. I listened to chat. Yeah. But now they're at 32%. And what can I do? They hate me. They hate me. Let's take a look here. All power to the chat assembly. I had nothing to do with the rebel rousers in chat. You better. Can't you just annex Baden? So basically to annex them, I need them in my customs unit. Then we can do it. But right now they are wary. Which I wish they weren't. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I need to actually check the relationships that Baden has. That's nothing in particular. I thought they... Because we did sign a diplomatic alliance, a defensive pact. I think if we do a defensive pact, I will stop... I will give it an obligation. I hate it. But I'm pretty sure I will stop being militarily threatening anymore. It sounds right, right? We'll see. And they enforced all their goals. Of course they did. Of course they did. Can you annex them with a little bit of violence? I would like if I didn't have to. Because, like... Please, it's so easy. I beg, I beg. We can do this, okay? I believe in ourselves. The Swiss war here will end. It's not really that important. This is just a civil war. It's completely fine. We are building this munition thing, and we're gonna upgrade our barracks now, of course. Let's see how we're doing here on this. We're still gonna be paying out of our nose. That much should be clear to everybody, I think. It's unbelievable. And I think Switzerland would actually join us if we boarded them. We currently are not even adjacent to them. Oh my god. Yeah. We have a defensive pact with Hessen. Yeah. Huh. And the Saxons left us? You are out of your goddamn mind. Oh my god. No, they didn't. Oh, there's a different Saxon market. There's a Saxon mine, whatever, right? Ah. Alright. Listen. So I don't have to fight this. But if I don't fight it, who's next? Okay? Who is next? And maybe more importantly, this all of a sudden gets cut off. I have no access to France anymore. But since I am not the leader of this play, France, I beg you. Oh my god, we're getting memed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought that the AI was too passive, then think again. On aggressive anti-player action, you may see something else. Sweden is with me. Koi fish. I need your support in these trying times. Surely we can get this, right? But it's the French market. Oh my god. Okay. The main problem that I have right now evaluating this, right, is that this isn't our play. I could leave this. I would lose my market access because just for the record, right? If Hesse goes, since I don't have Baden in my customs, you son of a. Since I don't have Baden, so it changed because we are no longer properly threatened because we have a defensive pact. It balances it out, but it's not enough to get them in, which really sucks. Could you show the world? That's a, you know what? Let's take a moment here. I'm gonna. Why don't we do a poll here? Do we fight? Do we not fight? In the meantime, I'm gonna look around and ponder what went wrong. That is funny. It's like Prussia knew that I was talking shit. And now look at us. And now look at us. God, why are you all saying yes? Well, I see how it is. Let's take a look at the United States of America. My armies are still... They're not... How could this happen? Alright. If we lose this, it's not the end of the world. But I would prefer if we didn't. Our armies are not ready. We cannot fight this. As long as they don't demand anything from us, it doesn't actually matter all that much. I have to mobilize, I suppose, to show readiness. We need to hire... you know what? We don't need to hire a general. The king. The king stands ready. Mobilize the generals. The other generals just got decimated just now, which is actually really bad, by the way. Because we have multiple front lines. Oh my god, now I need to promote them. No! Okay, we... I don't even have enough armies. I can defend my own front line, but that's not gonna really cut it. I need an ally. You sons of guns, how could you vote yes? Jimmy. Jimmy is out of here. Jimmy, do you want to take over this mess? Get the conscripts. It's not gonna be enough. We don't have... None of this will be enough. This war is just lost. We need to dip. Unless one of the other powers comes in, but I can't call them in because I'm not the leader of the target play. I'm going to betray chat. Chat will be betrayed. And there's nothing they can do about it. I will dip unless somebody joins. I beg you. How is nobody else joining? France. My God. You're a terrible Napoleon. We're siding with the AI. Oh, I can't declare neutrality, right? Oh, yeah, no, I can. I just need to do it here. Shout out to Hesse. Down with OPB. Hey. We might die, but we might die with honor. You guys have no idea what you're doing to this country. To this country. Let me actually check, by the way. It's a good question. Oh, they're just neutral. They're not even getting the buff. They're not even getting the buff. Well, anyway. I can't... The problem is... So we might be able... I don't think so at all. But we might be able to keep them off in our lands. He's not a great commander. He doesn't have any commander traits, really. We might be able to hold them off here, but I cannot man all of these front lines. It's impossible. We cannot do it. Bankroll Baden. I don't think they're gonna join. It's like, it's just down to the attitude. If you played this on normal difficulty, which I now regret not doing, they would be joining you, basically. But, as it stands... Listen, I want to write this one out. You said we go to war, we go to war. What do you want me to say? I didn't want to do it. Maybe the people were wrong the entire time. Maybe I was right the entire time. I'm just saying. Obviously, I need to defend my own frontline, right? What do you want me to say? Like, what am I gonna do here? The United States? Huh? Excuse me? What's your biggest advice for learning that game as someone with without a copy right now? Watch my upcoming tutorials. Except... Watch my upcoming tutorials, but more importantly, I think, do the tutorial in the game. Play different nations, do different stuff. You do a playthrough, you're not trading, trade. Do a playthrough where you're trading. You do a playthrough, you trade too much, do one where you're not trading, where you need to build up everything yourself, right? Well, this went off the rails, huh? This is certainly a video game. Ah. I'm getting memed, I'm getting creamed. And then this joke is coming along. Alright, I'll end this goddamn poll. I'm now in the American market. You ruined this game, guys. The game's over. I don't have a market. What do you want me to say? Yeah. Okay, I see it now. I see chat. I see you, chat. Y'all are learning from your mistake. I'm gonna do a rollback just a month ago, before chat decided to do stupid things. Let this be a lesson, especially you, Jimmy. Alright, listen, here's the realpolitics moment. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna dip out of this war. I have to give this up. There's nothing we can do. I don't know whether I can even save this now as it is. I say this from the point of view of... let's put the roleplay aside for a second. Prussia, because I am in Germany as a player, has been incredibly aggressive, and successfully so. I cannot defend Hesse. There's nobody else coming in to defend them. I don't know how we turn this around. The big issue really is Württemberg and its goddamn protectorate that Prussia established there. I can start bankrolling them. We need to start a bit higher taxation. We get this. Get out of here. We need to find a way of re-establishing ourselves, our connections. What are we lacking, by the way? Just normal arms. Okay, wait, we're gonna build this. We need to find a way, desperately, to get the others in a boat, and desperately need to find a way to actually get one of the great powers to commit to us. None of them are committing in any way right now. Sheesh. Let's take a look at the election. This is something where I can actually let chat do an input without ruining the game. So, who won the election? We had the Free Conservative Party win the election, and the Progress Party won not that much. So we're looking at the Industrialists. The Industrialists are very unhappy. We've acted against them. Could technically go against the Catholic Church. I don't know why we would do that. Annex Austria. Invade Baden. Show strength. They have a defensive pact with Austria. I hate you, Prussia. I really do. They're at 90 infamy. They just annexed Hessen. There wasn't even a war. I dipped and Hessen was like, alright, cheese. See you later. Never forget the Bavarian betrayal. You demand my abdication. I wish we could save this just by me abdicating. I don't think so though. Let's try to salvage this. If we go hard on this, we make more money off of that, meaning that we have an issue with our explosive isn't that big anymore. Which of the explosive usages can we actually boil down? I think we can boil down this a little bit. That way we save explosives that otherwise would be requested in the market. We're still over the top here. Of course we are. I think we need both of these, meaning I actually have to go down and try to import more, but we can't do it anymore from the French market because now we're cut off, because life is pain. I could try to play nicely with them. I'm just gonna take that away. I'm gonna we have an obligation with them, sure. Can't really do. You know what? Netherlands, you're my rival now. I hate the Netherlands. And everybody, name your favorite reason why Munich is better than Amsterdam, okay? Look at beautiful Munich. Look at backwards Amsterdam. I think we might want to patch it up with Prussia, but that's not... The issue fundamentally is that we just need to annex Baden. That is how we buff ourselves out of this position. You know what I'm saying? Unless we go ahead and Württemberg is unbelievable. We would have Württemberg by now if it wasn't for Prussia. How are we doing? Okay, wait a minute. With my units and the French units, maybe. How long until... Why are you still mobilized? You shouldn't be mobilized. We're not at war. We're not even in a play. Oh no. We're not even in a play. There's nobody that actually should be mobilized right now. I don't like that. Okay, here's what we do. We go down this path so we can produce more effectively, get rifling, very important. Then, now that we have nationalism, Again, it would be possible to get this done if these fellas would join me. We're starting to bankroll them. We're still making money. Okay, we're losing money technically because we're getting all these guns. Let's raise the taxes a bit. Netherlands is sinking. That's right. Do we have an obligation to Baden? Yes, technically we do. It's not even... Listen, none of that is actually all that concerning. We could balance it out. It's completely fine. The issue is really the attitude. By bankrolling them, we can go beyond 50, maybe towards 80. Baden needs to join. There's no way around it. We either get Baden, or we're going to be in a world of hurt. Because we will not be able to actually do... Prussia! Oh my god. They do not take a break. Oh no. They do not take a break. Okay, yeah. We need to keep going on this. There's just no debate about it. Obviously, we're going to produce this. Why are we still mobilized? I am so confused. This is... I'm going to reload real quick. Us still being mobilized is not working as designed. We're not in a play. We're not in a war. We shouldn't be mobilized. The game is spinning out of control, much like chat is. Alright, give me just 1 second. Are we still mobilized? Oh my god, we're paying out of behinds because they're still mobilized. Our conscription centers are mobilized. How do I fix this? Do I join this war? That can't be it. I like Baden. Nodebeck, thank you. I saw many people complaining about lack of micromanagement and war mechanics. It's not the issue. The issue is currently that we're running into a bug where we are permanently mobilized, which is really awful because it will cost me everything. I'm not in this play. I'm gonna declare neutrality, whatever. They don't demobilize. Ugh. Okay, let's do the best that we can here, okay? I can mechanize this. I actually can't because I don't have the resources. I should be able to do this. And the furniture should be something that people will actually buy. So let's do that. You're seeing me in panic mode, and rightfully. I need to fix this. We need to fix this. We need more arms production. This much is true. France, what are you doing? Nothing. If I went crazy, okay? If I went totally insane. Oh, no, actually, I need to go again. This is so silly. I need to technically... get rid of a relationship here with Württemberg, and it's gonna take us so long. Because I can't attack them otherwise. If I declared war against Prussia, what would happen? Let me ask. Italy will side with us? Oh. Greece! Our greatest ally. Greece has arrived. God damn it. I see we got a very uproaring chat here, okay? I'm gonna There's nothing I could do, dude. So the industrialists won the election, okay? I'm gonna kick you out. I'm gonna take the industrialists in. You win, industrialists. You win. Okay. Going to free trade. I mean, I don't think it's ideal. I would rather do laissez-faire, even. I think. It's just none of this makes sense right now. Just listen. We're deep in the hole. This is not a normal issue, okay? This is an issue of the world is falling apart. Let me see. Do we have nonsense trade routes? Yes. Can't do any of these. Let's get rid of them. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we can't do anything with that. Okay. Unless Baden... So Baden is friendly now because we've been bankrolling them. But they're still so far away because they're still goddamn cautious. The atmospheric engine. Through the widespread introduction of the atmospheric engine in the mining industry, productivity is at an all-time high. When steam first began to pump and wheels go round at so many revolutions per minute, what are called business habits were intended to make the life of man run in harmony with the steam engine, and his moment rival the engine in punctuality. Prussia will form the NGF eventually. Let's see here. I'm gonna take the throughput for sure. It's so much better. Jesus Christ. Alright, folks. We have like two moments, okay, that can potentially save us. If Baden actually flips. I beg you, Baden. I just need you to flip, okay? I'm giving you money, treating you like a god. We got an obligation. I could have even pushed this higher now. And I will. We're now at 100. If Baden doesn't flip now, they never will. Right, we're damaging these relationships, which is good. Now we can take a look at this. Prussia. I would like... I would like to take the Rhineland if I could. Hessen also, I guess. Get out of here, my god. Where the hell? There it is, Prussian Hesse. Greece and Italy. They can't even reach me. Neither of those can actually reach me. Alright. That's not the best here. Need to improve relationships here for sure. We still aren't... Yeah. I would have to import that, or we produce it ourselves. You know what? Let's create some jobs here. We need now a bigger economy. We need many things. Yet, I hate that Württemberg is the one that is like, we would like to cooperate, but they were made a puppet, and Baden isn't. Baden is actually sabotaging me. We can save this. I'm pretty sure we can. If I just get them to deal with it. Yeah, we need some more wood. That should be okay. You produce wood. Completely fine. Ah, yeah. What are we researching? Rifling. Makes sense. I'm at peace with that. So France goes in for this. What are you? Notorious. 97. They are so close. Obviously, we're not participating in this. It's remarkable to me that I cannot get the big powers at all to join me despite Prussia's aggression here. 96, come on. Okay. I think we're good on that. Let's produce some of this actually. Oh, we have a duel. Who's fighting? The armed forces and the trade unions. Why is Baden so opposed? I think we basically got very unlucky with a very successful and aggressive Prussia. Baden doesn't see us as a relevant force in this universe. If anything, I suggest that they are probably looking towards a... Yeah. It's just, sometimes you get a bit unlucky. This is a bit unlucky, and I do not enjoy it. Do we let him fight here? This is just depressing. Vinny, you gotta believe in me. What kind of viewership is this, huh? Can Prussia be stopped by other AI European countries? I think France can still do it. We just need to get them to be willing. France can do it if they're willing. They lose these initial battles, but like let's actually examine this, right? They have a decent market. Prussia has a decent production, but they have a shortage. I think France can pull this out. It's just we alone can't reliably do it. How's Prussia looking in terms of... they have a terrible GDP, by the way. Interesting. Are we letting them fight, by the way? Ban? Wait, was there a bot? Ban duels? Oh my god. You are all liberals in this chat. These are all... You know what? I gotta tell you this right now. I'm not banning duels. This is tradition. What are you, a Republican? Who died? The trade union guy died. Unlucky. Alright. The industrialists are Republicans. Why did all of you invade this game? The Republican chat legitimately willed a Republican industrialist group into existence. How could you do this to me? We've been through so much. Alright, you know what? I think the king's just tired of this nonsense. Alright, we're getting out of here. Which one? Presidential or parliamentary? You ruined Bavaria. I'm just gonna say it. You ruined Bavaria. Make clippers. This son of a gun. These sons of guns. I will not lose this. Alright, here's the deal. Can I get some fish? No. That means we're now gonna start working without fish here. It's unlucky, but you can't do anything about it. The 5% penalty will go away. We'll be okay. Okay, we're gonna build all of this up. It gives us a good... We have a great base economy, just for the record, by the way. We have a really good base economy. I'm gonna roll back this a bit. Weakens the Catholic Church. Not too nice, but we're gonna get administrative power for this. If this war goes well, at any point, I might consider... Because you're already... Listen, my budget is screwed up right now because we're literally already paying for a mobilized army. This bug is killing me. Literally. I don't know. How many front lines is this gonna be is the big question. Oh, Württemberg. You son of a gun. Baden! This is a betrayal on a level that nobody has ever seen before. Baden would join Prussia. How could you do this to me? Alright. I think we got this though. We got this. Oh, France protective. That is so good. Okay. I hate you, Baden. Alright, realism is great. Lets me switch over to realist art. How could they do this to me? if any lesson is learned, it's that Baden sucks, man. I hate Baden. Oh, man. Yeah. Prussia. I'm gonna stop bankrolling them now. It just doesn't have a purpose. Realistically speaking, we need the money as well. I'm gonna build this up. It's gonna make our pops a bit richer. Can't talk. I will not die. I will live. And you all will regret your words and your deeds. All of you. Yeah, look at that. They're actually pushing in. Man, that is curious. That is curious, isn't it? So they have this front. I wish I could actually see like the front proper, but I can't. If I declared on Prussia instead, what's happening here? Have a bunch of rivals, makes sense. Embargoed by Austria, makes sense. If I declared on you directly, I assume Baden wouldn't come in. I want Hesse. Hesse, Kassel, Hohenzollern. Württemberg wouldn't even come in here, actually. Interesting. Italy can't reach me. What do you want me to say? If I didn't have an alliance with Greece, I don't think I could get one with France. Yeah. Austria? Alright, okay. Can't believe the devs created a build just for me to screw me over. Can you believe this? Attack Prussia, Britain. The problem with declaring war is that we need to be able to hold our front or the war's lost. If we have Austria, if we had France, we could talk about it. But without them, there's no way. There is no way that we can hold anything. At most, I could hope that France ends this war, but I'm not actually sure. I'm pretty sure they would get a truce. Oh, but they did jump into this despite having a truce. Huh. The DJ Dragonflame. Actual lessons learned. Telling the AI to go hard on you is only for masochists. Fear Prussia and Baden sucks. I hate Baden, yeah. Oh, it's Württemberg. I thought I clicked Baden. I saw the non-neutral and I was like, oh my god. Nope. Baden is the worst of the southern German areas. It's true. Everybody knows it. Everybody says it behind their back. What do you want me to say? I am not involved in this. Listen, I'm gonna do the pragmatic thing now. I love Greece. Okay, I love Greece. They're great guys. Yada yada. The alliance does nothing for us. It's completely useless. Nothing here. So having an alliance makes it so that you can't have another alliance at that point in the game. Meaning that cancelling it is actually the smart choice here. But man, even France isn't properly winning now against them. Alright, okay. At least hey, Saxony stuck with us the whole time. May I just point that out? Saxony is still in the right market. Until Prussia comes knocking and of course takes them away. But what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Now let's go harder on military tech. I want shrapnel. I need shrapnel artillery. That is the only thing that I can feasibly see saving us. Everything else, no way. Zero way. Okay? You're not building anything now? France is getting pushed back to their own territory. Can't push back into Prussia. I will not fall. You all. You did this. Okay? And of course the bug that makes it so that I'm permanently mobilized. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I reloaded, by the way. It didn't fix it, so yeah. Take that as you may. The bug is very nasty. Baden. What if I just attack Baden? I can't even see because yeah, technically we have a defensive pact and everything here. We have the perfect relationship, and they're like, I'm cautious. I don't know about this guy. The natural enemy. They owe us an obligation and everything. I have never been this betrayed. And because permanently mobilized, we're now losing all this money as well. How do we fix this? How does one fix this, huh? This one's for you, chat. That's right. I ain't making that illegal. I'm a bit dumbfounded. The bug really is like the cherry on top because I can't really act on it. You know? Without any money. Because the cost of being mobilized actually goes up so drastically. It's very difficult to act past this. Yeah. Okay, how can I provoke a war that would be in my favor? You? No. It wouldn't even do anything. Has a castle? So the bug regarding mobilization, I'm pretty sure it's because we dipped from the Diplo play, but we are now just permanently mobilized right now. I'm paying for it. It's basically the result of this, which is very painful because I kind of need the money. I don't know whether you noticed this, but now I'll have to do this. Hey, listen, this is what happens if you become a republic. King on his way out starts taxing liquor. I love that Prussia goes so hard on this right now. I do not like the AI just denying me like any chance of going ahead with a response here. I'm struggling to find a way out there. So we're picking this up because it gives us shrapnel artillery, which is significantly better. Makes our troops significantly better. Obviously we could still not fight Prussia on our own, at least in my opinion. We would have no chance. But you know what? I'm going all in. I do not care. What's our investment pool looking like? Pretty okay. We're going to go hard now. With this, and more troops. Think I care. Preserve monarchy. I could change DPMs, but I will not. I need these forces to not be terrible. If they are terrible, we will then suddenly be looking at a situation where I can't actually fight Prussia. Like, we need to be prepped. It's not viable. If Prussia attacks us now, at least we stand a bit of a chance compared to otherwise. Yeah, and France is barely holding on. You can see it here in the front line. They are like making some progress, but it's a back and forth beyond belief. And there's no way that this war is not gonna... Are you not reaching them or something? Wait, who's this? Lübeck? Oh. I guess France, you know, could always catch a Prussian navy invading here. So the Prussians just aren't invading. Which leads to Lübeck just being independent the entire time. But that also means Prussia is actually occupied. Man, would I love to move in there. As soon as a Republican, though, we're going crazy. Everything is forgiven. Everything is forgiven. All of it. God save Baden. You magnificent idiots. Not you, I mean Baden. Now any second, okay? Unless they're like... There it is. Confederation with Baden. As part of our efforts to unify the people of Germany, Baden has agreed to join our growing confederation. By joining this confederation with Bavaria, we may be surrendering Baden's sovereignty, but by doing so, we help to secure German sovereignty. The spirit of the times is undeniable. The German people desire unity, and the Bavarians seems to be the ones to make it happen. To oppose the coming together of the German people would be utter folly. God bless the Queen. Who gets angry at this? Who cares? -2, -3. Okay, we are back on the market. We can trade with France again. I need to like do all of this, but don't worry about it, okay? This is the greatest thing to ever happen. I love Baden. I've always loved Baden. I've always said this. I went over there and I was like, Karlsruhe. I mean, that is where the federal constitutional court sits. It's just an incredible place. Love that place. And they have proven me right. All of you doubters will now fall apart. I've seen the comments in chat that were like, we can't win this. We will win this. The King's Speech. Sorry. I really like this. You did this, by the way. You're ruining Bavaria. I gave control of Bavaria over to you, and now you're forcing Ludwig I to be like, please don't abolish me. King Ludwig I von Bayern delivered a roaring speech in an attempt to forestall the progress of Bavaria becoming a parliamentary republic. Members of the king's government, I plead to you to look into your hearts and ask yourselves, should we be the reason for this decision? I do want to interject, by the way. I do like it roleplay-wise, though, because we suppressed the industrialists until we couldn't anymore, right? And now they were like, we're going to abolish the king. We're going to do it. The role of the king is attached to this country as much as anyone here. Let's take a look at this. So the industrialists lose power. The landowners gain power. And we, this would suck. Okay, challenge the speech. The landowners lose approval. The industrialists gain approval. Long live the king. You got, this is like, we got so many personalities in this chat. I'm pretty sure like multiple chatters have supported the king, against the king. Keep the king. You know what? You know what? You all were wrong. Baden joined us because we are a righteous kingdom, not because we're a republic. I will never accept it. It will not be done. I would like some stuff though, if I could, like just something that helps me. Nothing here will help me. I'm looking around. It's nothing. Elected bureaucrats. You want to vote for your bureaucrats? You're interested in that? Listen. If you can't vote for the head of government, how about just some bureaucrats? They're just like, hey, I'm elected. The petite bourgeoisie benefits from this. Well. If that isn't interesting. If that isn't interesting. I see a lot of long live the king. That's exactly right. Hereditary? I will die. I will die if that were to happen. We could do wealth voting. You know what? I'm going to give you those two. You don't get the full set of... Which one? You don't get the full choices this time. But we can only pass one lord anytime. Wealth voting versus elected bureaucrats. It's really not a fair choice now I think about it. But you know what? I'll leave it like this. Listen, I don't care. I'm crazy. How do I... There you go. I need to remove this. Hey. This is not at all a sensible choice. I'm asking, do you want a banana or a rock? But you gotta choose. There's no other options here. Return to absolute monarchy. So wealth voting, by the way, will basically work in a way, and this is very, very fascinating. And they do a bad way of depicting this. They established this earlier as well. These aren't the votes. This is the political strength given from the votes that they have collected, right? I hope that you know where I'm coming from there. Now, currently in our system, we have landed voting, which makes it so that the votes of the aristocrats, the capitalists, the clergymen, the officers, basically anybody of the upper class. That is the point of landed voting. Wealth voting says, listen, here's the thing. Everybody can vote, and, you know, it matters. Like, your political influence will be transferred, but you need a base wealth. If you don't have that base wealth of 25, you can't vote. And I see wealth voting has won. So why don't we just do that? Wealth voting. All right. Just to make an example here, to explain this a bit further. And I can't believe we're pulling this back, by the way, but we are pulling that back. I will not lose. Is Jason? Okay. Whew, Saxony's still with me. Just checking. I need to check this. This all actually looks kind of okay, I think. How many barracks you got? 15. Let's switch this over to skirmish, obviously. We've run out. I see. Pause. Rifling completed. Very nice. The change in large-scale production from smoothbore muskets to rifles in the arms industries in Bavaria has ushered in a new era for small arms production in Bavaria. Even from 1,000 yards, you can still take the shot. Forward artillery positions can be harassed, bayonet charges stopped before they have even commenced. The advantages are innumerable. Unless we develop sufficient manufacturing capabilities to produce these weapons, we are bound to face disaster on the battlefield. Could grab, you know, some throughput here. We could grab some... Is this permanent? No, it's just 90 years. I honestly, let's just say we're being celebrated. It's fine. Did we get a new tech there? Oh, yeah. Big time. Let's produce this. We need to make some money here. Is Switzerland willing to join? Sadly, they are neutral. I will improve relationships with them. If this flips, they will be able to join. Württemberg. I wish they were independent. I really do. What we need, okay? Because I need to make one thing clear. It's super, super important that you understand this. I have 69 regular battalions, and they are all skirmish with shrapnel? Without shrapnel? Without shrapnel. They will soon have shrapnel. What does that mean? That means I can compete with Prussia on a quality level. If I get France behind me, we win this. Okay, we can come back from this. I have no doubt about this. As much as France is struggling right now, if I was there, we would destroy them. Okay? It has to be said. There is a way out of this, and it's with the wealth voting, it's with the king. Maybe. Everything I say is made up. Don't believe anything. Let's go for iron frame. I might actually get rid of one of those. We got new elections here. The Free Conservative Party is winning 85% of the vote strength in this goddamn country. Oh, now you come along, Austria, huh? Now you come along. I don't think so, buddy. They're protective now. This is a huge win. This is a huge, 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 huge win. If we grab both of these, we can form the SGF. I'm just saying. Think it may be viable. See, if I could now. See, I'm just not sure. If I had an obligation with Austria or something, we could definitely, like, if I had an alliance. I would never want to owe them an obligation. It's so painful. You know, just improve the relationships here a bit. Definitely need it with you as well. It is the time to bully Prussia. I've had enough of this nonsense. And you know what? That bot. We've all said enough of that. Iron. Hello, King. I apologize for previous Republican actions from my family. I'm ready to work with them on to give the people a better standard of living. Yeah. I've heard it all before. We're making this. We're making it out alive. Now, you know what? We haven't done that actually in a long time. Look at our country here. Look at these cities going up. They are they are also very unhappy. Gee, I wonder why. Almost like Chad made me do and roll back 15 different 15 different reforms, huh? Isn't that crazy? What just a thought. Right. The industrialists have started complaining about the existence of... Right, we already had that. This time, I'm going to listen to them. hey, they've been good to me, right? It's been working. Somewhat. I guess. Let's take a look at the world here while we develop. I need some more money, then we can build this further up. I need to devastate Prussia ASAP. And you can see it's very difficult for France here to hold, right? But these losses, they will cost Prussia dearly. I hope. I just really wish this bad were. You know. The Free Conservative Party won big time. We're going to keep them in government, of course. Not much I can really do about that. Nobody else is running here because we have a very particular set of voting. That's why they're not really motivated to form a party. This fly, I swear to God. Honestly, is the fly more annoying than Baden? Probably not. Probably not. Baden was significantly worse, if you ask me. If only I had an indication. Don't worry about it. The Catholic Church is no longer accurate. We ditched them. They're done. They're done, buddy. Can we get some more of this? Yes, okay. At least some more, just so that we don't max out. We need to build this up so we can then use it for the actual... And yeah, we're doing this now. In 25 months, we're going to have this. We need to try our best. And I reckon we shall succeed. Yeah, we are doing a bit poorly with the tools now, aren't we? Ludwig Rahl of the Catholic Church has been having a secret affair with a member of the clergy. His resignation is being demanded. Oh, yeah, people hate this guy. He's a bandit and a hedonist. The very fact that this sneaky bastard thought he could get away with such a gross misuse of his power shows everything wrong with the leadership of the Catholic Church. So Bachu asks, what if you started Diplo play and back off in the second phase? I could, but I would have to give them what they're asking for. And I don't want to do that. That could be way worse. Make Ludwig Rahl the leader. I'm getting the feeling that a couple of members of this chat would like to sabotage this playthrough. You know what? No, I'm gonna do an executive decision here. This chat has led me to lie to my people. Yeah, it made me cooperate first with the completely ridiculous industrialists. They said I should get rid of the king. I'm gonna oust the Catholic Church here, okay? I'm gonna oust them. I'm gonna tell everybody how bad they are, because this is now a period of honesty. I demand this from everybody in chat. Tell me, chat, when was the last time you cheated in a grand strategy game? Night Spear, thank you. Is the game as simple to learn as CK3 as it would? No, absolutely not. This game, like what we're doing, all this screwing around, all this, like, you know, like me being like, oh look, it's a crazy situation, but here's how we fix it. It's not easy. It's tough. It's rough. I recommend. Did somebody say I always cheat? Never. Captaini Simpi, I'm calling you out. You're a liar. No, but what you need to know, it's a very complex game. It's super fun. It's super engaged. There's so much going on. But you will jump in and for like the first like 80 hours. It's a long time. You will be like, I don't know what the hell is happening. Right. Public address goes Ori. What was meant as a routine speech about the merits of wealth voting by Hermann Friedel has quickly devolved into a public relations disaster for the intelligentsia. I don't cheat. Literally seconds ago. That's an honest, fluctuous, very honest. I appreciate that. Ulriquinho. I recognize that name. If I'm not playing Iron Man, I'm always cheating. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Fumbling his way through a series of poorly presented talking points, Hermann Friedel's arguments have been viciously and convincingly picked apart by his political opponents. The question on everyone's lips now is merely of this mishap. If this mishap was due to the inherent failings of wealth voting, or can be chalked down to the political incompetence of the intelligentsia. Cheat the save for roleplay. I don't need to cheat. Oh, he's also a bandit. He's not a commander. This only matters if he's a commander. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's just a bit less liked. Oh, that is so funny. If he's in the opposition, oh, this trait is the funniest trait. Oh my god. If he's in the opposition, he will dislike the government more. If he's in the government and benefits from it, he will like the government more. The bandit trait for interest group leaders is actually insanely funny. I'm gonna let him take the fall. This seems like a dud, quite frankly. He's hated -70 now. Oops. How did that happen, guys? Oh, hey, I didn't do nothing, okay? Let's pause construction here. We're making big losses because the barracks are financed exclusively by us, not at all by an investment pool, and that is bad. It just means that we can't afford that at all. And you look at that. France is now, yep. We have now reached the point where France will lose this war. They cannot sustain the war efforts while Prussia can, and that does not bode well for me. It does not bode well at all for me. I'm also still making negatives. Again, it comes down to the damn military wages and all, to the goods for the military buildings here. If we were to enter diplomatic play, it would definitely solve it, but like, at what cost, you know? Saxe-Weimar proposed trade agreement, yes. And then this, yes, okay, sure. Welcome to the Union, buddy. Goddamn Prussia, how could you? Sure. Son of a gun. They would accept a defensive pact now. I can't give them an obligation. I think we're in a pretty good spot as far as Austria is concerned. Austria, what are you looking at in terms of barracks? Line infantry. You nerds! You nerds, man! I love Austria. Austria is my best friend. My protector. Took on my debt. Oh my god. Now I owe them an obligation. I'm actually an idiot. What am I doing? You know what? I mean, okay, in hindsight, I have to say, it's not actually, so this was a mistake. I'll just say, wait a minute. Yeah, I'll just say it outright. But being in their market is actually not bad. So being in your own customs union is important. I don't know whether they even will call me in. But being in their own customs union is important to annex people. We cannot annex Württemberg. It's impossible because Württemberg is a vassal. The entire plan of annexing others and being in your own customs union only matters, yeah, there they go, only matters if Württemberg is independent. They are not. So right now, joining this customs union, it's not that bad. It's not that bad at all. Kick Saxony out, of course, but, you know, yeah, no, I'll take it. I'll take that. Absolutely. Let's take a look here at what we're suffering. Austria has no sulfur. You are joking. Yeah, I'll take the Italian market, sure. And this means we have a lot of administrative power as well. Let's bump this up. I will suppress my people. This turmoil. But yeah. That's an odd request. I can't accept you. Just join the Austrian one, yeah? All I care for is not whether I'm in the same customs union as anybody else or not. All I care for is taking down Württemberg. How many troops do I have? 79. I think we declare. I think we declare. So to form, for anybody that just joined in, to form the South German Federation in a way that we couldn't do because Prussia was a real prick to me. You're Bavaria, you build up your econ, everything goes well, and then you go and you add Baden and Württemberg to your customs union. They will do that if you're big enough, if you're friendly, I can tell you that. And then, if you have nationalism researched, are a major power, they are a minor power, and have at least amicable relationships, they will request to confederate, and you do that. That is what we did with Baden. Württemberg is in the way. They are in the way. Okay? Because they were made by Prussia, who's a real prick, into a protectorate. Meaning, we cannot do this with them. It's impossible. It's not doable. If we take them over by war. And I'm not sure whether we can, but they're still fighting with France. And if Prussia has to take troops away from France and put them to us, maybe France aids us. I'm going to be holding a poll right now. Do we go to war? Prussia has been a real gamer. I'm going to be honest with you. But I will not give up. I will not surrender. My economy is strong. My army is even stronger than ever before. I'm making massive losses. Because my army is mobilized. But I will not. Oh my god. 99% yes. There's a 1% no. I like that. I like that. Jingoism. Jingoism in its purest form. Yeah. Now that is how we do that, huh? I will not perish. Or maybe I will. Let's find out. Okay. So ideally, what we need, quote unquote, is Württemberg and Hohenzollern. Those are the ones that we need. I can't ask for you right now. I'm gonna expel this actually. So we're gonna do this. I will conquer this. We will choose these 2 war goals, and if I can, I will take the Rhineland. If I can. Not the Poland, 95%. Alright. I'm gonna throw in a cheeky save. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm doing it. It's habit. I'm not gonna reload. If we lose, we lose. I accepted so much of the nonsense, except the American nonsense, but yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, dude. Alright. Alright. Let's take a look at this diplomatic play real quick. If we get... Oh, I need to see what Italy has. I so desperately need to see what Italy... Why do you all have line infantry? Why are you all so bad? God, you suck. We'll see. I hate that is in the way here. All right. Conquer Bavaria. Son of a. All right, I will add. Yeah. Why can't I? Oh, Hohenzollern isn't in this. Oh, okay, that's not. I don't like that. That's not ideal. It's not. You know, there's worse, but like, yeah, I want Hohenzollern obviously. It's not even. How's that a question, right? When you would take the Rhineland, wouldn't a cut of France would perhaps reduce the usefulness of the Franco-Prussian hostilities? No, because if we succeed at that point, it's already far too late for them. If you know what I mean, right? Like, at that point, we've already won. Whether we actually make it, is a completely different question. God bless the king being here, huh? We need to get Austria in this. Okay, that Austria is a must. Beyond that, we have to see. Okay. Austria. If I can offer you anything but an obligation, I would be very thankful. This would actually be kind of ideal. Has a castle. It's close by, so like we could conquer it. Meaning it's not an impossible war goal, right? I'll offer you that. And then we'll see what else we can do here. I have 47 maneuvers remaining. So this is incredibly important. Because... How many maneuvers do I need for Italy? 20. How many do I need to add the Rhineland? 25. Oh, we're so... Oh, wait, I have 47? Did already... I thought I said 42 for some reason. Okay, wait a minute. Does that mean I can actually, like, exactly do it? 25. 20. Yeah, okay. Holy crap. Add Berlin as a war goal. No. I don't think so. I'm gonna conquer the Rhineland. I actually want to add Italy first if I can. I'm gonna offer you an obligation. I think that is fine. Italy having an obligation, since I don't border them, they can't add me to their market. It's who cares? I certainly do not. I don't like the amount of troops they have here. Did Italy join yet? No. Come on. Yes. Thank you. 27 remaining. Okay. I could sway them, but they have a truce. So that's not going to be possible. Alright. Alright. The Austrians are taking care of this, so I do not actually need to worry about this. How long? Is this the entire front? Please tell me it is. Oh, that is so good. Okay, so we're gonna be assigned to this front. I'm gonna roll that back just for the moment, because then we don't take any attrition. The fact that that is one front is so huge. Listen, I talked about this at the very start of the stream, and my god, we're like 15 hours in. But now let me tell you one thing. You need to realize one thing about front lines. Front lines work and are cool and are fine until you have a 15 million German miners in the way of it, okay? Then you have individual front lines right here. That is not the case right now. I'm thankful for that. It means we can actually do this in a non-terrible fashion. I hate you so much, Württemberg. You son of a gun. I mean, actually, they didn't have a choice. They got dismantled. Man, we're losing 22k. They're confident. No! Is our market screwed? Why are they confident? Oh, the market is screwed. No. Oh, this is the conscription center. Oh, crap. Okay. I can't produce more. What else are we doing here? And I still don't have shrapnel artillery. Why would you do that? Why would you do that, though? I can tell you. I mean, I can. Okay, listen. I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Because I'm the player. You son of a gun. Yeah, they really do hate me now. The British, huh? All right. Okay. That's not good. That's really terrible. We need to hold the line. If we hold the line, I at least get Württemberg. Okay. I at least get Württemberg. And Hohenzollern, I guess. Maybe Hohenzollern. I don't know. Nobody knows, man. We have a world war in our hand in 1854 and I'm just some dude sitting in Munich. Okay, if I put you down, we get that should be pretty okay. The armed forces aren't big, so this wouldn't even buff them out enough, even if they had enough approval. I don't think this matters. We don't need to shoot for this, it would just cost us too much. We're still losing 16k, which is pretty not good. I could tax luxury clothes, sure, it doesn't change anything. And we are completely underproducing. I have, however, some degree of investment pool. Let's get rid of all of this here, okay? It hurts me, I wish we could have them. We need to do this. We need to do it fast. Because our market not having enough weaponry is worse than anything else. It is worse than anything else, seriously. We'll take this fight, screw it. You think, oh baby. What? How even? You're already, France is like, let me fight them, hold me back, but you're already fighting them. Fair enough. France would if they could. I value that. I appreciate that. That's nice. I appreciate that. That's good. I like that. I like that about them. They're ballsy. They care. They want to go. Okay. Let's take a look at how this goes, okay? I like our odds. They're so busy with France. I like our odds, I gotta tell you. Don't know for how long that war's gonna last, but I'm not gonna say no to any of that, you know? So I'm just making sure, right? I don't care about these front lines. I'm just gonna... I do wanna take care of this real quick. I wanna aid. We take care of... Ooh! We take care of that. Oh no! This is worse than Baden. France, you are the most devious bastard in New York City. So France just dipped because the war ended. Understandably, they dipped. Let's see. So obviously, it's not looking good here. We're gonna be first to attack there. This one, I'm not sure. So when it says it's positive, that doesn't necessarily mean it's positive. Let's talk about warfare, right? Let's use this opportunity a bit to actually dissect this topic. In warfare, you have front lines, and these front lines generate advancement points, and when people advance, you're looking at a situation when they fight. In general, let's assume tech, supply, and general skill is the same throughout the armies that are fighting. In general, the defending side will have a slight edge in fighting. You see this right here. This tech gives you more defense than it gives you offense. However, offense and defense, and this is the way I take it, what this blip takes into account does not actually mean that much. So what I mean by that is that a lot more goes into this. Let's say you have better offense, so you go in, you win a couple of battles, but they have an amazing kill rate. That kill rate means your barracks get depleted, meaning your new attacks will not be as impactful until you take a break and actually have your barracks filled again. There is an industrial capacity, if you want to, I would call it that anyway, an industrial capacity to warfare. It means that whatever you're doing, you need to take into account whether you can supply, push, and then actually bring into action the forces that are important for a war. Now this number says 14. But fundamentally, the Prussians are showing up with skirmish infantry, which gives them way better defense. They have a good commander, Wilhelm von Krauseneck right here, expert defensive strategist. He's gonna dip on them. He's gonna dunk on them. Yeah? They have more troops and everything, but the Prussians have a better general that when a battle actually happens will kill more people. In comparison, the Austrians are utilizing line infantry. This means their offense and defense are lower, but also, for example, their recovery rate and so on. The numbers are not always the truth. How this goes, I can't exactly tell you. I see a loss. With France, I was like, I think we can do this. Without France, man, we need to clear this front line. Very obviously, needs to go. Then we have all these troops moving on. But this front line, we are looking at full skirmish infantry. Can we get that done? I don't know. If I lead an attack, maybe Ludwig the First von Bayern has a chance to do it. If the Austrians attack with the line infantry, I don't see it. So we have a very unfortunate battle. Very, very unfortunate battle right here. We have a battle between fairly equal troops, but we're looking at a situation where ultimately we just have way fewer troops. This is very, very common. When it comes to their commander, they have poor visibility, but we also have poor visibility. So we both got basically debuffed. And Ludwig is a goddamn romantic, which makes this even worse. So after these troops are gone, and you can see this here, our wounded and death rates are way higher than the Prussians, and it actually makes me curious. It could just be that it's the defense. No, they don't use any medical aid. I think we're gonna lose this. Obviously, we're gonna win this front. Yeah, sure. Move in there. How could you do this? How could you do this? I will, I think God just wanted us not to win. I think God was just like, you know what? I don't think so. Not today. Not today, buddy. My house. Well, that's not good. I don't have the money, but I'm gonna pay for it because 100% is worse than 80. I love, by the way, the devastation aside, you see the... well, it actually comes from the devastation. Look at this river. Isn't that cool? I really like how this works. Man, this looks... I goddamn love the visuals in this game. I really do. Just looking at this from top down. Hey man, if you're gonna go down, you better be going down in style, and I think we're doing that. I think we're doing that. Alright, obviously... yeah, once this battle is over, we're gonna set him on defense here. We just have a bad commander. I wish the king wasn't that commander, but I couldn't demobilize him, and so he stayed there. We have a huge issue now because all of this, obviously because of the devastation, there's no infrastructure, and because of that, we're now in a situation where none of these buildings are supplied, which is bad for our armies. You know, not too surprising, I don't think. We got some dissenters. We're never gonna get wealth voting. Once this battle is over, I'm definitely gonna set them to defend. We have a battle here, and the Austrians are winning the initial battle. Again, I said this, and I mean this. The initial battles, most of the time, go for the defense, but you need to keep pushing to get rid of their manpower supply. Yeah, look at that. They're trying so hard. I appreciate that from the Austrians, but I don't think it's gonna be working. Is he a good offense commander? Morale damage protection is huge. That's really good. He's just not a very special man, is he? We could up him. Could retire him. You know what? I'm gonna try to roll for one general here. You suck. You all suck. His offense is good. His aggressive maneuver chance is really good. The blunder chance, I mean, come on. I don't actually know whether this trade, whether that would be balanced or not. I wonder. I think in our situation, I think if you do it on a statistical average, it probably is good, like a good trade. But in our situation, where every battle matters, I don't think this guy is gonna pull. Okay, so we took Württemberg, which is big. That is definitely what we wanted here. We cannot transfer Hohenzollern because Hohenzollern isn't in the war, so we actually have to take Berlin itself. Goddamn Britain. Yeah, and he's actually advancing. Is he the only one advancing? The Italians are advancing. If only at least Italy had skirmish infantry. My god, what are you doing? Yeah, I need to wait out the devastation as well. It goes down fairly quickly, as you can see, but it hampers my ability to actually fight these wars. Yeah, and this is now in the negative as well. Folks, it was an honor serving with you. I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan of like this complete train wreck. Yeah, and we're losing this. So we're losing this because our troops that are mobilized have no supply. They have no supply because they stem from Bavaria, which itself has no market access, and with that, you're screwed, right? I think we could dip right now. What did they actually get? Conquer Bavaria. Oh, why do they conquer Bavaria? It doesn't even make any sense. Like, it doesn't border them. It's this. They're taking Bavaria. But yeah. No, I had a hope as long as France was still in the war. And then France dipped. And that brings us to now. The damn British. I actually, you know, I'm even thinking we might have been able to pull this off if I didn't have demand at the Rhineland, because then the British came in. But yeah. Folks. The Munich flood was the goddamn cherry on top. Okay, what I'm gonna do, but it is getting late, and I really enjoyed this stream, but what I'm gonna do, I actually do want to test whether Britain would join. We're gonna do another playthrough attempt with hopefully a bit more luck than, my god, Prussia doing what it was doing. We're gonna start the same save, and we're gonna check whether, if I don't demand what I demanded there, right, they would actually come in the you know who the whatchamacallem, British. That's what they call them. I want to conquer this. Yes. Boom. Let's go. Yada yada yada. Okay. Yep. Sway countries. Brr, who cares? Britain. Yeah, they feel neutral about me. They go negative as soon as I get to a certain level of infamy. So that is definitely what kills us there. If I just take, no, not that. If I just take, oh, and I need to demand it as transfer subject, I guess. Württemberg. I don't think Britain will turn evil, which would then in turn mean I could technically, yeah, Get you in on this. France obviously would join, but actually can't. Italy would join. How are you doing right now? Confident? No, okay, so they do come in. Just, now we know. With these settings, so basically, I could pull this if we didn't have Württemberg, and if Württemberg didn't become a protectorate, we could have built an army big enough to make this happen. Without it, this save is lost. We got defeated. We got owned, okay? My god. Folks, as we bring this to an end, I will show you a couple of saves. We can look around a bit there, just so that you like see late game. If you got any questions right now, then ask me and I shall answer. As you can see, the game gives you plenty of challenge if you want it, if you set the game rules for it. What is a cool save here, I wonder? I like the Italy one, as I said, like a whole lot. We're going like super far back now. Sokoto? So Sokoto was Sokoto is a difficult approach, because you're looking at a fairly similar situation to Japan, where Japan also is isolated. They have traditionalism, they have all that stuff that makes it possible for you to fight and to get imports, exports, and so on and so forth, to industrialize. But Sokoto is in a region where the imperial power is actually interested. You can see this is very ugly. I just won a war, I took a bunch of land, I'm cleaning up, right? Because at this point in the game, I'm ahead, I have, you know, all of this, I'm already going towards bicycle managers, I have a good economy, things are working. But Sokoto actually took a long time. If you start playing the game, I would definitely not, this is from an older save, but I was super prone to rebellion, don't worry about it too much. It's like, there was multiple versions, multiple game versions that we got as content creators in the early phase, so don't worry about this, this doesn't happen anymore. The AI isn't rebelling like this anymore. But Sokoto basically is in a position where I wouldn't recommend playing it if you play it for the first time. Yeah, the US, I kicked out the US. That's the war that I just won, actually, in this save. If you want to play somebody new, play Sweden, play Prussia. Let's see. You know what, Sokoros? You deserve this. I think we both know this. How do you like the game's music? It's great. It's really, really good. What historical characters besides Karl Marx are in the game? I mean, plenty of them. I couldn't name you the full list, to be honest with you. Obviously, most of these starting characters are historical. Then you get a bunch of people that, you know, like Otto von Bismarck that pop up, Clemens von Metternich. But yeah, beyond that, there's a big choice there. Can you show some late game warfare with tanks and chemical weapons? Sure. There's actually a perfect save for that. I hope it's still compatible with this version, but I assume so. I believe so. There it is. How's the performance in the late game? It used to be better. I would say pretty good. Right now, it's not perfect. I would say starting in 1880, it can get pretty annoying. This old save, by the way, actually performs really poorly. That is just because it's an old save. It belongs to an old version. The game is like, what the hell is happening? But yeah, no, there's a different circumstance. So with this build, I had to build up my navy and my army. You can see that like things are a bit different here. I was able to dismantle Russia. I was able to dismantle all these fellas because I'm running around with tanks. Yeah. I'm walking around with tanks, right? France, let's take a look at them. What do they have? Is this a good challenge, a good comparison here? Do they even have anything? So they have trench warfare, but they're also kind of screwed. They look pretty bad. I guess it's mostly because I completely... This is the save where I isolated the main rubber production right here, right? Why don't we take a look? Can I just declare war on you? Where's Wait, which one borders us? Champagne. Sure. Yeah, whatever, let's go. Surely it can't go wrong this time, right? Oh, the game just crashed. You know what, I'll do you a favor though. I'll actually my god. We had 2 crashes, honestly. I'm quite happy about that. I've seen significantly worse, I think. Pros and cons between CK3 and this, you can't compare that. Are you out of your mind? CK3 is a great game. It's a really great game, but it's so different. The complexity, the the density of content is not comparable. I would never compare it. You can't. You just can't compare it. I think CK3, if you like it, then you may like this, but I don't think that they necessarily correspond with one another just because of how different, of how complex this is. You know, with everything that you saw today, we had literally everything happening to us that was awful. Think about it. We had multiple devastation events, actually. We had a situation where we were facing a super aggressive Prussia, where we got unlucky enough that in a war that didn't even concern Württemberg, right? Because think about it, the war that Württemberg got basically subjugated in was a war for Hanover. Completely unrelated. We got super unlucky with that because we could have just absorbed Württemberg otherwise. We could have just absorbed Baden. But despite all that, I was able to hold on to like still run a budget, to still run an economy, to still be okay, to balance whatever I could, right? That will take you ages to get. I'm serious. This was completely screwed up. We still held on, and I'm telling you, I wish it was a self-runner. It really is not. There is so much that you need to know, so much that you need to consider. When you see I have a shortage of this good, for me it immediately goes to, okay, this impacts X, Y, and Z. Like, I know exactly which supply chains it impacts. Until you know that, you're gonna have a rough time. And I don't mean this in like a bad time, but in a time where you will not be able to optimize in the same way in any way. I think what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna mobilize these fellas here. I think it was the mobilization, like mobilize all button. I'm just gonna mobilize these individually. Let's make sure. Okay, we got most of our generals. It's not that many generals. There's a different eras. Oh, wow. What the hell happened to you? Excuse me? What the hell happened to France? China's in this. Okay. Well. Yeah, I'm just gonna take Champagne and then I'm gonna... Let's liberate some countries here, huh? Sure, Corsica, why not? So you should even still see this. I have a tech advantage. It needs to be said, right? Make sure to realize this. I have a severe tech advantage. I have a really good... Look at this guy. Adolf Wöhlert. He's a cocaine addict, right? He is an expert artillery commander, expert offensive planner. This guy is great at battles. He's really, really good. But... And I mean, we'll see how it actually goes. But... Since they have trench warfare, we should still be extremely limited in how far we can actually push. Okay, there you go. How easy is it to monopolize resources like that? In this patch, it was a bit easier. This patch was many AI were rebelling constantly. But I do also think the AI colonizes a bit slowly. And ultimately, for me, that means that... yeah, for me, ultimately, that means that this was fairly easy. But this was also like the first game where I was like, I'm just gonna dominate the world. I mean, look at that. Literally nobody else... literally nobody else has GDP. You know what I'm saying? This save is a save where we are very, very stacked against the enemy. Is there anything I need to watch out for? No, not really. Okay. Yeah, let's just keep this running. You can see it's running fairly slowly. It's slower than if this was a save created in this version. It's just that this is 1.0.2 originally, I think, and that just runs fundamentally slower than, you know, because it's a different version here. Who's the US president right now? Arthur Friley. He is a communist. Alright. Keep it up, buddy. Okay, here we go. War. Are we doing with supply, by the way? I didn't even check the market. Nah, we're doing fine. Yeah, this Germany is completely stacked. You can see I'm making infinite money. This was basically the end game. This is the Kaiserreich scenario, maybe even worse, because we're just that much more aggressive. Okay, let's take a look at these individual battles here. So I have already made it past with my actual structures. Yeah, whatever. Man, the frame rate, yeah. I've made it past the tech that slows you down. So what I mean here is, and they got so unlucky that the Great Qing are defending because they have garbage troops. But as you start the game, okay, you capture a lot of provinces after every fought battle. As you go into the mid-game, I explained this very early on, you will no longer catch that many provinces. You can see it right here. Infiltrators give you plus 25% provinces captured. The trench infantry, minus 25% provinces captured, right? So if you win, you do win something now, but it's not as decisive, not even nearly as decisive as it is in the early game. But Since they have like genuine garbage throwing at me, Han line infantry, I mean, come on. I think we're still gonna grab a boatload of land. Oh, nope. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna see that as a sign, okay? A sign of God. God has intervened and said, no more. No more Victoria 3 today. It's over for you. That's unlucky. Alright. Okay. Listen. I hope you had a good time. I will now look for somebody else that is streaming Victoria 3. Maybe Monte Place is still here. Maybe Feedback Gaming is playing. Let's check that out, yeah? Let me see here. Feedback Gaming. Oh my god, I'm gonna forward you to Feedback Gaming, to Dave! Tell him all about how I failed, okay? How do I do this? Edit? Give him, as you get redirected to it, yeah? Give him a good old... Aww. He hasn't given me redirect privileges, this son of a gun. And he's in subscriber mode only. Okay, what about Monte? Is Monte streaming? I'm immediately, I'm not even subscribing. Monte Place, he got the setting up. Tell him Bavaria has fallen. Tell Monte Bavaria has fallen. Is that live? Yeah, that's live, right? I think so. Folks, thank you all for tuning in. Loved having you. I will give you much more Victoria 3 and CK3 content in the coming weeks and months. This was a challenging stream. I hope you see there's a lot that can go wrong. And I hope, you know, that you're going to have a good time with the game when it comes to that. With all that being said, I'll see you later, alligator.